Thank you. So my name is Olucholuwani Femi, and today I'm going to be your MC. Let me put it like that. And we have a very beautiful event planned out for you. Basically, this event is supposed to be very educative and informative, right? We have the agenda 2063, right? And for us to get there to where Africa wants to be, there is a need for us to educate our minds, because it's only an educated mind that can actually do a lot of things and actually excel. So I want you to welcome someone beside you and say welcome. The person beside you is an educated mind. The person beside you is someone who also has, I hope, has the drive to also develop Africa just like you do. So to start off, I'm going to be inviting one of our men in the management, Abdul Williams, is going to be giving the opening remarks. Let's clap for him. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Olochi. Good afternoon, everybody. I will start with a quotation from Nelson Mandela. Young people must take it upon themselves to ensure that they receive the highest education possible so that they can represent us well in the future. So on behalf of the Financial Management, Youth Development and Empowerment, I am thrilled to welcome you all to this year's conference, 2024. But before we proceed with today's action, I want to take this opportunity to recognize our distinguished delegates in the person of His Excellency Mr. Adedije Adelani Abidemi, the Secretary, Consular Department, Embassy of Nigeria in the Russian Federation. Also in our midst, Our Excellency, Madam Vivalda Miguel, who is the Secretary at the Embassy of Angola in the Russian Federation. And our esteemed guest speakers, Mr. Vasile Petrovich, is the head of the Department of Foreign Economics Activities, JCE Biotech. And also Mr. Alexei Demidov, he is Humanitarian Affairs Advisor, Regional Delegation, ICRC for Russian Federation. Delegates from Sierra Leone are still coming late. We'll be having His Excellency Mr. Festus Lahai, who is the Press Attaché, and His Excellency Mr. Sohi Bangura, who is the Financial Attaché as the Embassy of Sierra Leone in the Russian Federation. Also, we'll be having Pastor Godwin Odutu, the SFC Director in Russia, and the Senior Pastor of the Mount Zion Group of Churches. We truly appreciate your presence. FMYDE is currently training young leaders to become the best version of themselves in leadership and governance, social innovation, social entrepreneurship, and most importantly, Pan-Africanism and patriotism. This event will bring together some of the brightest minds, and I'm honored to be part of the presence of these distinguished delegates. Delegates, diplomats, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are thrilled to have you here today to discuss important issues facing our continent, and to come together to find solutions and create ways for a brighter future for Africa in line with the 2063 Agenda and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The ever-growing global challenges that summon young leaders to bring forth solutions through leadership, diplomacy, and negotiations. Every minute, every time, every day, the call is made, the call for duty and service. And we have to take the call with commitment, courage, and alliance to reaffirm that what unites us is far more greater than our differences. As young people, the Africa we need is to start with all of us. We hold the power to shape the continent, and it's us to take all the challenges ahead. This FMYDE conference is an opportunity for us to come together to share ideas, our work to build Africa better for all of us. In our midst also, we have diverse group of individuals from various countries like Sierra Leone, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Nigeria, Cameroon, Ghana, Tanzania, Angola, South Africa, Uganda, Kenya, Burkina Faso, Sudan, Ethiopia, Mozambique, Mali, and of course, DR Congo, and our Russian counterparts. So let us use this opportunity in diversity to take advantage, to learn from one another, and to collaborate on innovative solutions that we are facing in our continent. So FMYDE encourages us to share our thoughts and experiences, to engage in meaningful discussions with one another. Let this conference be a platform for us all to inspire one another, to support each other, and to take action towards positive change. Together, we can make a difference, and let us embrace the opportunity to be the change we wish to see in Africa. I would like to thank each and every one of you here today. So let's make the most out of this conference, and I look forward to seeing you, your incredible ideas, collaboration that will change our continent. So I am Abdul Karim Williams, the Public Relations and Communication Director at FMYDE, and the President of the National Union of Sri Lankan Students in the Russian Federation. So thank you very much for your attention, and you're all welcome. So I'm inviting again Madam Olushe to take over the stage.
Thank you very much. Madam. I'm still very young. Thank you. All right then, so we're going to be starting with our panel discussion. Okay, yeah, I'm going to be inviting the translator, right? Who's going to come in to translate with me. So we have people here that we need to that will be speaking to us in Russian language, and I know some of us here don't understand the Russian language, so we're going to be having like translation. So we're going to be having the panel discussion, and for this discussion, I'm going to be inviting our esteemed guests, and I really want us to really clap for them when they come to the stage. So first on my list, I'm going to be inviting the Nigerian Embassy delegate, Mr. Adedeji Laning Abidemi, Secretary Councilor, Office of the Nigerian Embassy. Sir, could you please move to the panel? Let's clap for him, please. Thank you very much. Next, I'm going to be inviting the head of foreign economic activity of, yes, sir. Anyway, the table is yours. The head of foreign economic activity of JSC NPO Belteca, Mr. Vasiliev Vitaly Petrovich. Thank you very much. Next on my list, I'm going to be inviting the Deputy Attaché, JSC NPO Belteca, Mr. Usmanov Uslan Gayazovich. And I'm going to also be inviting the Humanitarian Affairs Advisor of the Regional Delegation of the ICRC for the Russian Federation and the Republic of Belarus, Mr. Alexei Demidov. We have extremely important people before us right now. And the thing about FMYDE is that we're not just out to just have conversations. We're having conversations with people who have gone ahead, people who have experience, right? And I think I'll need a second microphone for the translators so that it translates what is being said so that we can all understand ourselves. Right. So basically, for this discussion, everybody prepare your minds to ask questions, right? Because there are things that we don't know. There are things that probably you're confused about. There are things that when I introduce the topic, you'll probably be able to think of more questions. So basically, we're going to be discussing about practical ways of putting the African youth at the forefront of sustainable development in Russia for the benefit of Africa. So we know we are students in Russia, right? And we can't deny the fact that even though we're talking about African development, we are still living here in Russia. So we're talking about how we can have sustainable development in Russia so that it can benefit Africa, right? So let us listen in, let us ask our questions. If there is something you've been thinking about, an idea that you have, that you've been brooding about, it's good you bring it up in this particular moment so that we can have that interaction. Do you understand? So First of all, I'm going to be expecting each of the panel members will be saying something, right? And from their conversations, from their discussions, we're going to ask questions. Thank you. So, who will be starting for us? Can you please come?
Вы можете начинать? Кто из вас будете начинать? Хорошо.
Прежде всего хочу всех поздравить с Днем Победы. Наша страна освободила весь мир от коричневой чумы. Спасибо. Также хочу выразить... Окей. Хочу выразить благодарность за проявленный интерес к нашим инновационным разработкам, показавших свою экономическую эффективность и экологические преимущества, сохраняя уникальный растительный и животный мир Африки. На Петербургском саммите «Россия-Африка» в 2023 году, который прошел в атмосфере взаимопонимания, доверия и искренней дружбы, была принята итоговая декларация. Особое место в ней занимают вопросы продовольственной безопасности. Стоит отметить, что и цели устойчивого развития Организации Объединенных Наций, принятых в 2015 году, эта задача является приоритетной.
It's worth noting that this tax is also a priority in the USDG of the UN in 2015.
Для африканского континента на фоне динамичного роста населения продовольственная безопасность становится стратегически важной. Ее решение позволит обеспечить устойчивый рост сельских территорий и повысит качество жизни населения. Компания «Биотека» активно работает над построением партнерских отношений с рядом африканских стран. Наши предложения в сфере растениеводства, животноводства, рыборазведения, переработки, хранения готовой продукции, обеспечения удобрениями позволят качественно продвинуться в решении этой задачи, развить инфраструктуру, создать новые рабочие места. Конечно, для эффективного применения их и реализации наших предложений необходимы квалифицированные кадры, и мы над этим активно работаем. Одним из инструментов подготовки кадров может стать взаимодействие со студентами, проходящими обучение в России, уже имеющим базовое образование. Компания «Биотека», являясь генеральным модератором проекта, предлагает свое участие в подготовке курсовых, дипломных работ и диссертаций на основе инновационных технологий в сфере сельского хозяйства. У нас для этого есть научный потенциал и материально-техническая база. Мы уже подготовили пилотные проекты на базе Тимирязевской академии и Университета биотехнологии.
have already prepared a pilot project based on the Thematic Academy and University of Biotechnology.
Приглашаем и девушек к сотрудничеству. Это есть путь к решению гендерной проблемы и даст вам квалификацию, востребованную в каждой стране.
We invite
Давайте похлопаем. Насколько нам известно, вопросы гендерного равенства в Африке присутствуют. Надеюсь, они скоро будут решены. Давайте еще раз.
we invite girls to cooperate. This is the way to solve the gender problem, and we give you a qualification that are demanded in every country.
Речь идет о подготовке специалистов с высокими компетенциями, готовыми участвовать в построении и реализации структурных проектов.
We are talking about training specialists with high competencies who are ready to participate in construction and implementation of structural projects.
Это размещение совместных предприятий с возможной локализацией по переработке готовой продукции, управление производством, принятие управленческих решений, организация экспортных поставок для обеспечения встречного товарооборота, в том числе и в Россию, районов Крайнего Севера.
These are the placement of joint ventures with possible localization for the processing of finished products, production management, management of decision making, organization of export supplies to ensure counter turnover.
Сегодня мы работаем над снижением долларовой зависимости, и это помогает нам упростить расчеты в торговле и придаст импульс к развитию.
Today we are working on reducing the dollar dependence, and this will help us simplify calculation in trade and give an impulse to development.
Наш проект объединяет креативные компании с высоким интеллектуальным потенциалом, отвечающим тренду экономики будущего. Мы готовы обсуждать участие в правительственных программах по развитию сельского хозяйства.
Our projects unite creative companies with high intellectual potential and corresponding to the trend of the economic future.
Я не буду останавливаться на презентации технологий. Это мы можем сделать в отдельном формате с теми, кого это заинтересует. Но поверьте, нашими разработками сегодня пользуются около 200 компаний. Мы начали работу с дружественным зарубежьем, и спрос на наши препараты растет.
I will not dwell on the presentation of technologies. We can do this in a separate format with those who are interested in it. But I believe about 200 companies use our developments today, and we have started working with friendly countries, and demand for our drugs is growing.
Хочу отметить, что за последнее время в формате «Россия-Африка» проходят форумы, конференции и круглые столы. В марте и я в партнерстве с Индийской ассоциацией АИЕС проводил форум «Молодежь мира». Все эти мероприятия помогают приобрести новые знакомства, обменяться мнениями и, возможно, выстроить практическое взаимодействие. Но эффективность таких встреч очень мала.
I would like to note that recently forums, conference and roundtables have been held in Russian Africa format in March. I and in partnership with Indian Association IES held a forum called Youth of the World. All these events help us to make new acquaintances, exchange opinions, and perhaps build partial interaction with the effectiveness of such meetings is extremely low.
Пользуясь случаем, хочу также пригласить к практическому сотрудничеству тех, у кого есть возможность выхода на уровень принятия решений.
I would also like to take this opportunity to invite those who have opportunity to reach out in decision-making level to participate in such cooperation.
У нас отработана практика проведения Zoom-конференций с участием африканских фермеров, где мы подробно рассказываем о конкурентных преимуществах наших предложений, их экономической эффективности, организуем бесплатную поставку опытной партии препаратов, консультируем по проведению тестирования на полях, готовим к подписанию соглашений о намерениях. Это первый документ на пути построения масштабного проекта.
We have worked out the practice of holding Zoom conferences with participation of African farmers. We are talking in details about the competitive advantages of our proposal, the economic supply of experimental batch of drugs, advice on testing in the fields, prepare for the signing of agreements of intent. And this is our first document in our way to build a large-scale project.
Сейчас предлагаю вам послушать нашего партнера Руслана Усманова по проекту в части цифровизации и искусственного интеллекта.
Now I suggest you are listening to our project in terms of delegation and agriculture. We invite Ruslan.
Всем здравствуйте. Меня зовут Руслан Усманов, и я являюсь экспертом децентрализованной, легитимной блокчейн-платформы EROChain.
I am Ruslan and also a director of the intellectual and
Blockchain, технология EROChain.
okay, the technology of blockchain in terms of agriculture.
Компания EROChain является одной из ведущих компаний на постсоветском пространстве по цифровым технологиям с использованием блокчейн-технологий.
This company is one of the highest company in terms of the agriculture in the blockchain in terms of agriculture.
Мы разработали один из самых распространенных блокчейнов по названием EROChain.
We've worked with the highest company which called the blockchain.
Это готовый программный продукт, удовлетворяющий требованиям государства.
This blockchain is a chain that will help us in producing a reliable product.
В настоящий момент в городе Москве один из ведущих сотрудников компании, лидером являюсь я.
In Moscow, one of the leaders of this blockchain is him.
С целью внедрения нашей разработки в государственных и коммерческих организациях России и Африка.
One of their motive is to connect
Коммерческих организаций с целью
commercial activities in terms with Africa and Russia.
Приходится вести переговоры с 3 организациями России, а также использование блокчейна в деятельности системы других госструктур.
And also to use this blockchain in order to bring innovation with other companies.
EROChain – это база данных с распределенным реестром, децентрализованная платформа.
EROChain is a decentralization of it's a platform of decentralization of goods.
С множеством разновидных для выпуска активов, которые позволяют вести сельхозпродовольственную промышленность и бухгалтерский учет, также документооборот.
And also with different
Продовольственную промышленность, бухгалтерский учет, документооборот.
and also with documents that will help us in accounting and other areas.
Распределение ресурсов, обмен активами, проведение голосований между участниками производства для выдвижения кандидатов.
And also division of products and different areas.
Технология EROChain позволяет удостоверенным персонам выпускать и управлять активами без участия посредников.
And also the technology of the EROChain is to help personal people in order to transfer goods from one different place to another.
Поддерживает технологию смарт-контрактов, позволяя автоматизировать выполнение транзакций, гарантировать выполнение условий контракта.
And also it helps technology of the smart contract in order to guarantee the work to become very efficient.
Одним из основных и главных нашего продукта является безопасность и прозрачность.
Okay, one of our main purpose is transparency and
Без искажения и удаления записи.
in order not to
Заложенный базовый механизм блок-эксплойера позволяет проверять всю историю транзакций, смарт-контракты на соответствие правилам платформы.
this platform also to bring us together in order to help in order to help the history of the smart contact.
Основная сеть была запущена 23 числа февраля месяца 2017 года и по сегодняшний день в реальном времени до сих пор выполняет свою работу.
One of the main light of this, it started in 23rd of February 2017. Till to date, they are also on this project.
Имеется открытый исходный код, который мы раскрыли в 2022 году.
It's a very
Просто в 2022 году скажи. Преимуществом платформы является масштабируемость. Пропускная способность позволяет обрабатывать большое количество транзакций в секунду.
and also it can help us also to do a transaction in seconds.
В среднем, если по 200 байт транзакция, то получается, что можно обработать до 200 тысяч транзакций в секунду.
And also it can also help in also to do transaction more than 2,000 transaction in a minute.
Оптимальный функционал для выпуска активов, токенов, обмена ими среди участников сферы при использовании приложений высокой производительности, безопасности, взаимодействия между двух и более производственных компаний.
Okay, one of the optimal function of this particular thing is also to help in exchange of sphere and also the using of high intellectual applications.
Которые хотят объединить свои приложения в одно целое, улучшить их функциональность и эффективность.
Which can also improve the effectiveness and also the functionality.
Например, компании могут использовать AeroChain, чтобы создавать приложения для управления заказами и доставки продуктов.
For example, the company can use the AirChain application in order to create, in order to help on to deliver goods in different regions very fast.
С приложениями, которые управляют складом, логистикой и финансами.
Application that will help us to control the shop and also the logistics and also the financial transactions.
Таким образом, работать вместе и эффективно управлять бизнесом.
In that light, we can work very effective and good business.
Блокчейн-технология AeroChain гарантирует безопасность данных, что особенно важно для компаний, работающих с конфиденциальной информацией документооборота.
Okay, blockchain is a technology that will guarantee you the effectiveness of and also importantness of your company in order to work very efficient and also informative with your document.
Платформа готова стать полезным инструментом для осуществления деятельности структур производства. Надеемся на плодотворное сотрудничество.
Platform that is ready in order to become very useful in our environment.
Как видите, тот проект, то направление, которое предлагает Руслан, на сегодняшний день является максимально трендовым.
The application that is Ruslan talking about here is one of application that is most businesses are using today, like trending.
И в заключение предлагаю присутствующим представителям посольств провести ознакомительную видеовстречу на площадке ваших посольств, как практическую реализацию декларации саммита Россия-Африка 2023 года. Я вижу, здесь присутствуют представители посольств нескольких стран. Вот я апеллирую и предлагаю к дальнейшему сотрудничеству. Спасибо. Мы можем предоставить площадку для такой встречи, потому что не каждое посольство имеет площадь для проведения таких мероприятий. Я могу в этом вопросе так сказать, помочь. У нас есть возможность проведения таких мероприятий и опыт. Так что спасибо вам большое. Спасибо за внимание, коллеги.
In conclusion, I suggest that the representative of our different embassy present conducting amazing video site and also for participation for implementation and declaration of different programs.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're going to go to asking questions because I don't know if I gained a lot. I never knew that this kind of interaction actually happened between Russia and Africa. So I'm going to be going to Mr. Bidemi and Mr. Alexei. They're going to speak briefly also too, and then we're going to just ask questions. So if you already have questions, especially if you're interested in the agricultural sphere, right, this you should ask them questions because they are really, that is their thing, right? So let me give the mic to Mr. Bidim. Okay, Mr. Alexei, speak, and then afterwards.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah, we can.
So, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here today to see all of you, to meet you, to exchange with you. And so, being honest, it was quite surprisingly for me to sit here at the podium among such distinguished speakers because I myself was less than 2 years ago I was a student by myself at MGIMO University.
Goals.
Thank you. And now I'm here, so and it's a great honor for me. And now I represent here the International Committee of the Red Cross ICRC regional delegation for the Russian Federation and the Republic of Belarus. So many people think that due to the fact that our symbol is Red Cross, we are a medical organization, but in fact we are not. So, of course, so some healthcare activities are important for us, and we support some hospitals in conflict-affected areas, but the main focus of our activities is work in the countries, in the areas that are affected by conflicts. And we provide humanitarian assistance, humanitarian protection for victims of armed conflict and other situations of violence all across the world. So as for the Moscow regional delegation, it's here since 1992, and it's engaged both in operational activities that are connected to the armed conflict between Russia and Ukraine, and also in the diplomatic dialogue with Russia, because Russia is a country that has great influence in different regions of the world, including in Africa. And that's why we discuss with the Russian authorities, with Russian experts, with Russian companies, humanitarian issues in Africa and in other regions of the world. And as for our operations in Africa, Africa is a top priority for our organization, and the operations in the continent make up 37% of the budget of ICRC operations globally. And so it's the first place among all world's regions. So with the steady support of African states and other African actors like National Red Cross and Red Christian societies, we have been undertaking humanitarian operations throughout the continent to alleviate the situation of affected people. And as for now, we have delegations in 31 African countries out of 54. Thank you. Yes, and so we are present in Africa for decades, and our aim is to alleviate the suffering of Africans who are victims of the conflicts. And we conduct various types of operational activities. They include humanitarian assistance, first of all, and I think that I will talk in more detail about this today. We also reconnect families separated by conflicts and other crises. We visit and support detainees, prisoners of war. We ensure the proper treatment and identification of diseased people. We also play a neutral intermediary role and help civilian population to leave conflict-affected areas. And we also engage in humanitarian diplomacy with different actors who have influence both with states, armed groups, with the African Union, African development agencies, to promote international humanitarian law, to promote some projects that can help Africans cope with humanitarian challenges. But as I understand, today the focus of our discussions is development, yes? And sometimes when people hear about humanitarian activities, they think that they have nothing to do with development, because humanitarian activities, it's sometimes and often perceived as something urgent, as relief assistance. But in fact, there are some overlaps. And first, what do we need for development? Of course, it's peace. There couldn't be development without peace. But always, the first steps to peace are humanitarian. For example, if the sides uphold the international humanitarian law, if there are less cruelty, if there are less hatred during the conflict, so we can expect that this conflict can be settled sooner. And the International Committee of the Red Cross promotes international humanitarian law so that build trust among parties. And sometimes really parties start their negotiations from humanitarian aspects. And then they continue these negotiations and they engage in political settlement. That's why humanitarian activities are important. But second, so imagine territories that are suffering from conflicts. Of course, we see human suffering. But not only human suffering, but we see also that local economies are damaged, they are destroyed. And so sometimes the territories need dozens of years to move from this very bad situation, yes, to post-conflict recovery. Our ultimate goal is that Africans can address the challenges by themselves. And we have many, many examples of such our activities. For example, microeconomic initiatives. Very short, so I can describe this project very short. The essence of this project is that we provide people from some vulnerable groups, for example, women or disabled people, or for example, victims of sexual violence. We provide them with a cash grant to start business. And we also provide them with training, and we support them during their activities. And so we see that thousands of people in Africa, due to this support, can they can sustain themselves, they can feed their children, and that's very good, because that's why we ensure that humanitarian action is longer term, and so we see that people start cope with their challenges by themselves. And all this contributes to the empowerment of Africans, development of local economies, and especially empowerment of youth, of course. So I think that's it. It's a very short description of our activities, but of course I can speak more, and if you have any questions, I'm ready to answer. And also, if you have any ideas of cooperation, if you want to exchange on something, always ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for him. And we're going to have maybe like 5 minutes question and answer for like everybody. And I'm going to be inviting Mr. Bidemi, but and after him, there's a partner from Biotech that's also going to speak. And yeah, so Mr. Bidemi, can you? So Mr. Bidemi can start for us then. Oh, definitely.
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. With all due respect, thank you so much. Спасибо огромное за все ваши выступления, вообще замечательно, я много чего научил. Но I think all the students that especially the ladies, I hope you heard what that guy said. He said, in case you need money to do those projects, you know, in Nigeria, in Africa, make sure you collect his number. You know, the guy over there, you know.
Why are you translating it?
No, I have to translate it very well for them. We all need money, don't we? Thank you. But, you know, in Russia they say, в чужом доме не указывает. It means that in another person's house, you don't dictate the tune. So I would like every one of us to stand up right now. I would like also all of us to stand up. And today is 9th of May. It is the day, it's a victory day. For every Russian, it's a very important day. So I would like us to have 1 minute silence for those people who died, for all of us to be here today, for every Russian to be here today. Can we all stand up, please?
Can you translate it?
Смотрите, мы сейчас поднимаемся. Минута молчания для всех погибших. Мы сейчас делаем этого для 9 мая. Минута молчания. 1 minute silence, please. Thank you very much. Yeah. Спасибо огромное. A round of applause for them, please. Thank you. My name is Bidemi Adilani. I work at the Nigerian Embassy, Moscow. I was a student. I came in 2010 to Russia Federation. I studied, I went throughout the ranks. I went through my first degree, second degree, to my PhD, yeah. So, I've seen it all. So permit me to say 1 or 2 things before we begin our discussions today, before you start asking questions. But I think the question is for you, not for us. What am I going to do to change my situation? That should be the question. We are talking about the finances. We know that there are 3 major problems we have as an African child. Number 1, finance. Number 2, knowledge. And number 3, opportunities. Those are the very 3 fundamental things we need as an African. Believe me, I'm a Nigerian. I'm also a South African. I'm also an Ethiopian. And I'm also every part of Africa. As long as I wear the black color, I'm your brother. But you know that one of the things that we must also face among us is racism in between us. I must tell you this because these are the things that I've seen throughout my stay in the foreign land. I don't mean just Russia alone, in the foreign land. You see, when an African meets another African, the first question you ask, have you remembered? Where are you from? That's the first thing you ask. At Kudati. Then the second question is, from which country, you know? Then if it's from your country, you ask, which tribe? Then if the person is not from your tribe, you also look for something that connects you, which is language. Is it not true? Yeah. It is true. But we must all change that. That is the reason why in 1960, when most of our countries was having independence, there was one country that did not. Do you know which country that is? South Africa. It's a question for all of us to understand. So the question I'm asking you today, why are you here today? Now permit me to take you back to history because I love history. I think before you can go forward, you should look at the back. You should look at what has happened. I'm looking at the time, don't worry. 5 minutes, I'm done. Thank you so much, organizers. I really love that. You see, in 1960, is the same as today. I'll tell you why. You see, in 1960, the Soviet Union started approaching all African countries, one after the other. After the order of Nikita Khrushchev. Хочется, чтобы кто-то проводит на русском, чтобы мои дорогие русские коллеги понимали, о чем речь идет. Who is going to translate for them? Because they need to know. You see, the thing is, when they know our problems, then they can be able to help us. You see, the French, the British, the Americans, they know our problems.
Can you say it in Russian and translate to English?
Translate to English.
Yes.
Are you sure 5 minutes is enough?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Okay. Хорошо. Они говорят, что чтобы я буду сделал переводчик и одновременно говорю свою речь. Очень сложно. Ну, буду
I
стараться.
can translate to English and then.
Okay, you want me to speak? Окей. Он же русский человек. Дайте. Без микрофона, да, даже лучше. Спасибо огромное. You see, in the Soviet times, they were approaching each African countries. And let me tell you how they were approaching them. The question is how? You see, it is by you. You were the ones. So the independence that we got were from diaspora students like you and I. So the independence that we all are enjoying today are a product of foreign students studying abroad. So the question is to you today, what are you doing? What are you doing to foster the independence of your country? What are you doing to the development of your country? Are you just here to make money alone? No. The independence drive was being driven by you and I. So I put it out to us today. Just like in 1960, just like in the 60s, it's like now. And I'll tell you why now. Because the world is changing now. The world is changing. It is no more a unipolar world now. It's now moving to a multipolar world. Do you know, for the first time in my life, I saw an African president in 9th of May. Do you know that today is a significant time in our history? For the first time, an African president, the president of Guinea-Bissau, was at Krasny Ploshid, at the Red Square, sitting down and watching the parade. So the question to you is this. Do you know that that man was a student like you and I? Also studied in the Soviet Union too. So I'm asking you that same question today. What are you going to do? I'm not here to teach you what to do or how to do it. My job is to motivate you to accomplish it. Your job here in the Russian Federation is not only to make money or not only to acquire knowledge, but to drive change in your country. You see, Nelson Mandela did not just do it alone. It is also an effort of African students. Now, permit me to say one or two things that many of you don't know, all African students here. Do you know that in the independence movement, the donations, the money they were using to print flyers at the villages were being sponsored by African students? Do you know that? You don't know. Now you know. So ask yourselves again, why am I here? I am here to learn. I am here to change my country. I am the light that my country is waiting for. I am here to change everything that I don't like. There are things in our country we don't like. So it is our job to stand up. Arise, Africa, arise, they say. Arise and change what is need to be changed. We are here sitting down. Some of us, all we are thinking about is me and me and me alone. No, we must stop that. We must think wide. We must think deep. We must use all the opportunities that is being given. Remember I said, opportunity is one of the things that we lack in our continent. So now, after leaving that continent, now you must make use of all the opportunities you have in the Russian Federation. Use it for the betterment of Africa. And please, remember, everything that is in life was first a thought. Everything that was created in life was first of all a thought. Which means this microphone I'm using, somebody thought about it. This chair, you're sitting down, somebody thought about it. But if that person sat down and did not do anything, we wouldn't have chairs, we wouldn't have this today. Or Thomas Edison that did light, we wouldn't have it today. So I need you to understand, whatever you are thinking about your country, whatever comes into your mind about your country, whatever good thing that is in your mind about your country, fight for it. Look for opportunities about it and make a change. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Shall we applaud our speaker?
That was, I felt like crying. That was emotional and beautiful. I don't know if I'm the only one that felt like I've wasted my life all the while. It was very good, and I think it's particularly very interesting that we've heard this even after like the presentations from our other guests also too. So I think I'm going to just speak for 5 minutes, and then we're going to ask our questions. And please, as he's speaking, I do not want us to forget the things that Mr. Bidemi has said. Like, hold it like this in your hearts, and let it brood questions in your mind. I will take some questions, and then we'll continue. Thank you. Да, думаю, да. Он нет. Всё.
Абидеми меня вдохновил своей пламенной речью. И я хочу сказать о технологии, которая уже в России применяется.
He wants to talk about a technology that in Russia it's already
Она создана
in effect.
Академией наук,
It was created as an academic,
компанией Биотека, которую я представляю.
a scientific, academic science, biotech.
Внедряет уже ее в практику. Эта технология, она будет очень выгодна для африканского континента.
This particular company is going to be very profitable for the African continent.
Она позволяет снижать химизацию выращивания всех культур, которые и в Африке выращиваются, и во всем мире.
Sure.
Химизация – это на сегодняшний день очень важно. Защиту культуры, без защиты культуры не вырастить вообще никакой культуры сельскохозяйственной, ни кукурузу, ни бананы.
So I think
Бананы, может быть, они вырастут, а все, что выращиваются, пшеница, кукуруза, без защиты не вырастет. И другие культуры. Производят химические средства защиты, такие компании.
I think so. Is the particular company is working on creating chemicals that can help in protecting our crops, right? And it was saying that if this defense, no protection is not put in place, that it could actually affect our corns and other products in Africa. So we are trying to save the African culture.
Такие компании, как Байер, Сингента, Дюпонт, Монсанто, они заинтересованы побольше произвести, побольше продать, побольше внести в почву своих химических препаратов. Это их прибыль. Чем больше они продадут, тем больше в землю закопают этой химии, тем больше они получат прибыль. Наша компания...
So he's talking. He mentioned a list of other, like I think they're competitors, and these competitors are basically interested in selling and making their own profits and everything. But I think their own company is not just interested in making sales and selling things. They're also interested in saving the culture, the crops itself.
Наша компания создала технологию, которая позволяет сократить химию, применяемую при выращивании культур, в 2 раза.
So, like I said, the company is dedicated to saving, not just selling and making money.
При этом урожайность остается такая же, как и при 100% внесении химии, и даже лучше, потому что снимается стресс на растения.
So basically, the company is doing like what regarding the saving of the crops, right? Is doing it like way better, like ×2 of like other companies would do it, and some other things that.
При этом в конечном продукте химии практически нет.
And some of these products, chemistry is basically not there.
Это идет противоречие.
Chemicals, not chemistry, chemicals.
Противоречие с производителями химии, Байером и прочими компаниями. Поэтому у нас, когда они работали в России, были определенные трудности внедрения нашей продукции.
So to summarize everything that he has been saying is that the company is creating chemicals that is used to save the products in crops in Africa, right?
Африка – это континент горячий, Там и высокая температура, и влажность, поэтому развивается много вирусов и болезней. Наша продукция позволяет уничтожать эти вирусы и болезни очень эффективно.
So because the African continent is very hot and because of the heat, bacteria can grow. So it's very necessary we use this, like the chemicals from the company.
Поэтому мы с удовольствием готовы поработать у вас и принести вам большую пользу.
So they are looking forward to working with us, and for Africa it's going to be a useful.
Если вы этого захотите.
If you want.
Can we applaud our speaker?
Thank you very much.
Okay, now we are going to get into the other section of this panel discussion.
Yeah, basically we're going to be asking questions. I personally have some questions in my mind already. So I'm going to be taking from maybe this table. Is there anybody that has a question?
Please, this is where we get to engage and
Yeah.
challenge the presentations that we've had. I see a hand over there.
Yeah.
So if you have a question, I'll just walk up to you, give you the mic, and feel free to ask the question.
Okay. I've noted you.
It's just that. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I liked the presentations by the presenters that were given. My question is to Mr. Alexei. The first presentation that was made about ICRC. In the presentation, you mentioned that the budget that you allocate is about 36 or 37 towards the African. Yeah. So I just wanted to find out how. Can people, quite right, you stated that currently there's the company is operating in about 30 plus countries in Africa. So I just wanted to find out how can people access you in case they're met with, they're victims of
conflicts.
the conflicts you mentioned and other vices that pertain your organization. So how do people reach you in that regard?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. But so in fact, the issue is not so that people access us, but often the issue is so that we access people. You know that there are many challenges to humanitarian actions, including in Africa, and one of the most important challenges is the so-called humanitarian access. In many areas, we see the situation when, for example, the conflict is ongoing, and people are located in remote areas, in hard-to-reach areas, in isolated areas. We also have such situations when these humanitarian routes are blocked by some armed groups, by some actors. And our mission is always to gain this humanitarian access. So to gain this access, we conduct negotiations with the parties to the conflict. We also conduct negotiations to those who have influence over these parties, including with some actors, maybe like Russia as well, because Russia has influence in African countries. Yes, and but so you ask whether people have access to us, and if they need help, how can they come to us and receive this assistance? So, being honest, in all conflict situations, we are there. If we have such an opportunity, we are there. But sometimes there are situations when we don't have such an opportunity because of this humanitarian access challenge. But our ultimate task, our top priority always is to gain this humanitarian access. Thank you.
Sorry, to add to the question, I want to ask that this humanitarian access, is it a political issue that prevents, you can't enter into a particular territory or influence a particular conflict situation because of the political or legal, like what affects the access itself?
Yes, thank you. It's a good question. There are various obstacles to humanitarian access. And yes, sometimes it's a political issue because sometimes parties don't want us to be present in some areas. And of course, they can have their own concerns, and we understand that they can have these concerns. Sometimes this problem of humanitarian access is connected to security reasons. For example, the conflict is ongoing in some areas, and we understand that if we come in our employees, our delegates can be killed, can be injured, and that's also a problem. And sometimes parties to the conflict, they also tell us, okay, we want you to be there, but the problem is that the security situation is very difficult, and we cannot ensure your safety there. Sometimes this problem is also connected to some poor conditions of road infrastructure, for example. Sometimes people can, for example, in the DRC, many people who suffer from the current conflict in the eastern provinces of this country, they are located in not in the camps for the internally displaced person where we have access because they are concentrated there, but sometimes people are located in remote forest areas, in remote forest enclaves. And so we need to reach these areas. Sometimes we manage to do it, sometimes we don't, but we always try, of course.
Thank you very much for the
Welcome.
clarification. Yeah.
Okay, so if you have a question, it will also be nice if you remember the panelists to just say who you are addressing it to, but still if you don't remember, we'll still be able to
Mr.
find
Gates,
the panelists.
I think the
Yep.
guy on the
All right, thank you. So I wanted to ask the same question to you, but specifically about the Sudan issue, as we know what is currently happening in Sudan. But you mentioned a lot of things that constrain your organization. I just want to understand, is there any legal framework in order to give you that access to those challenges that has nothing to do with infrastructure, but because of political challenges? That is something that I will be interested in knowing. Is there anything that legally that you can do that for you to have access to those challenges? So what the most important one is to you, I forgot your name, the Nigerian representative. You mentioned something very important. You said something that I try to think about it as you were mentioning, that is 60 years before is today, which is very weird. I'm trying to understand it in my head, like then there is something that is wrong in our African continent. If 60 years is today. So what do you think? What is exactly wrong in our continent then? Because I believe that we need to learn 60 years ago that something is wrong.
Yeah.
So if we are today still now in 60 years, that means that something is definitely wrong and we are not going to the right direction. So what do you think? Thank you.
I even personally believe that we are worse than 1960.
Okay, maybe before we allow our panelists to respond, we'll take one more question so that they tackle them at once. Okay.
I think we should come here a bit.
Okay, we'll
Yeah.
get back to you. Sorry.
And also, if is other questions directed to the agricultural firm? Is there any question for the agricultural firm? Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah. So my question is, I'm addressing the biotech group.
The biotech.
Yeah,
So you
yeah.
translate for them.
So I have a question. So like, what can it take to have a branch in Africa, like biotech company in Africa?
Kak, that's pretty. Adele, down. So Mr. Alexei will answer, then Mr. Bidemi,
Now?
and then Lagos Biotech.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Are you from Sudan? Yes? No. Okay. But Sudan is also one of our very important operations because of the conflict that started more than 1 year ago. Yes, and as for the legal framework for our activities, for humanitarian access as well, you know, there is a very important document that's called Geneva Convention. This Geneva Convention was signed in 1949, and now it's signed by all countries, maybe all or almost all countries of the world. So all countries which signed this convention, they have an obligation that they uphold the international humanitarian law, and also they help the humanitarian actors like the International Committee of the Red Cross. And so, of course, all parties to the conflict, they have the obligation to provide this humanitarian access. But we understand that the situation on the ground is often very difficult. That's why they always don't have such an opportunity to provide this humanitarian access. And as for the Geneva Convention and the international humanitarian law, so for those who don't know, international humanitarian law is a branch of international law which is responsible for conduct of hostilities. It's a law of war, law of conflicts. And this is very important because ICRC, its mission is not only help the victims of conflicts, but also to promote this international humanitarian law, to discuss this international humanitarian law with different parties, including in Russia. For example, 1 week ago we had a big competition of international humanitarian law that's called Martin's competition, and students from all over Russia, from other Russian-speaking countries, they participated there, and so it also contributes to our activities on raising awareness of the international humanitarian law. And of course we conduct such a dialogue in Sudan as well, and we conduct such a dialogue with both parties of the Sudanese armed conflict, with both armed forces, Sudanese armed forces, and with rapid support forces. And but of course we cannot prevent all the violations of the international humanitarian law, but we try. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Нет, а потом я отвечаю, а потом вы. Это вопрос от этого прекрасного молодого человека. Please, before I say what I want to say, please, can we off those cameras? Because I want to say some things, because we are all Africans, right? Right? Are we all Africans, right? Yeah. So please off the cameras. Nobody is, so I will answer you freely, okay? I want to feel myself free to talk. In 2022, the world changed. I won't say what happened, but you know what happened. But the world has changed. So which means that the way the world was before, the dictators, the way the world was being run before has completely changed. Which means now there is a battle for what?
Power.
Africa. Now believe me, remember in the independence days, how many of you watched the speeches of most of our leaders in the past? Let me put them. The former president, the first president of Ghana, Nelson Mandela of South Africa, Patrick Lumumba. Remember those guys, right? The Obafemi Awolowo's of Nigeria, you know, the Nnamdi Azikiwe's. Yeah. Look at their speeches and look at the speeches today. Is it not the same? Mm-hmm. What has changed? So the question is, they went, listen, the thing is, we must face it, we must say the truth. Let's say it. You know me, I say the truth, damn the consequence. But the most important thing is that we change. You see, the thing is, we come here, they were like us too. Believe me, they were like us too. They had the opportunity to go abroad. They studied, right? They saw. Is it the same road you are seeing here that you see in Africa? Is it the same autobus that you see here in Africa? We must decide, we have this thinking in our mind. What is the fundamental problem? Where is the love for my brother? Why is it that the conflict of Africa is being settled outside of Africa? Mm-hmm. Do you know one of the things that make me hungry the most? Let me tell you, guys. When they have, you know, do you know that Russia Africa is not the first of its kind? Permits me to take your, you know, we all learned minds. Permits me to take your mind to the past. The first, a foreign country Africa summit. Do you know which country was it? It was Turkey. And do you know when? 2010. Turkey was the first country to recognize that Africa cannot be treated as one entity. It must be treated as individuals. Now you get it now. Now you get the reason why there is now America, Africa, Russia, Africa. Very soon, somebody will also come out with something. United Nations, Africa. Why? Why? Now, you must understand that there is something about you and I that is so unique that they can't live without us.
I'm sure these are engagements we would love to have almost an entire day, and that's why it's important to gather in such a manner and be able to engage on these matters. So we'll not be able to take all questions, but we'll allow our speaker to respond, and thereafter we should be able to engage in this dialogue.
Okay, you want to translate? I think he can, yeah, it's better he does. And I also want to add to the question, right, because he asked about physical presence. I want to ask about Nigerians, Africans in Russia at this moment. How can we even access them? Like, do we come in as students, or do we come in as business, with our business ideas, or like, how can we? So you should just answer the questions together.
Ну, я сейчас отвечу на этот вопрос. Спасибо за вопрос.
Thank you for the question.
Я хотел, ну, значит, начинать работу можно таким образом. Ну, прежде всего, познакомиться, обменяться контактами.
So we can,
обменяться информацией и лучше всего провести Zoom-конференцию с фермерами, которые будут использовать наши препараты у себя в стране.
Okay, we can start our work as follows. We can first meet, we can first get acquainted, we can exchange, and we can have a Zoom conference with the farmers that want to use our technologies, our products.
Коммуникаторами налаживания этих отношений можете быть вы, студенты африканские.
You can be the facilitators of this relationship.
Мы проведем такое краткое обучение на предмет применения этих препаратов непосредственно у себя в стране, потому что каждая страна имеет свои климатические особенности, экономические особенности, и мы, взаимодействуя с каждой из страны, подберем именно тот регламент, который подойдет для этой страны.
We will conduct a short training on the use of our products, and we will conduct such trainings for each particular country, because each particular country, African country, has its own conditions, has its own peculiarities, and that's why we want to take into account these conditions when conducting this training.
Мы заключим соглашение о намерениях, которое не несет никаких финансовых обременений.
We will conclude an agreement on intention that doesn't lead to any financial burdens, to any financial conditions.
Компания Биотека берет на себя ответственность поставки опытной партии для проведения тестирования на местах.
So the company, the biotech company, it will export the party and for conducting tests on the ground.
No, basically, they will pay. Basically, what they are saying is that they will pay for the people to take this technology to Africa. That means we are not paying. The company in Africa is not paying for them to supply the goods. They supply the goods, number one, and then two, they carry out the experiment there, free of charge.
Все мои контакты есть у очаровательной Моны Лизы, так что можете давать кому, кто пожелает. Мы готовы к сотрудничеству.
Mona Lisa has all his contacts, and so Mona Lisa can give his contacts to all who is willing to cooperate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So we're running short of time a lot, so we're not going to take any more questions. Apologies. But I want you to know that you can always meet them. So there's going to be like a 30 minutes break, right? You can always come, ask questions. If you're interested in the agricultural firm, please, by all means, these guys are ready to sponsor. Delegates, they have the money. So go and meet them. And they also want to, make Africa better too. So the two of them works together. So let's quickly clap for them as they go back to their seats.
Спасибо большое.
So I want to ask, is Medicos 24 here? Because, okay. And Medicos will be giving us 2 minutes, going to speak in, and we're going to be having a dance presentation. So the dance team should get ready. Speak to the tech people with your songs and everything.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lansana Kumba. I want to stand on all existing protocols here. I am Lansana Kumba and also the CEO of Medicos TV. But today, I stand before you not to talk to you as the CEO of Medicos TV, but to talk to you as that African child who comes from a very small village in a very small country in Africa, from Africa, that is from Sierra Leone. So, before I start to say anything, I want to share this story with you and what really inspired me to come and talk to you today. In the year 2021, when I had just completed my high school, whilst I was in the capital of my country, Freetown, I got a call that my mother is to undergo an operation. So I tried to call to confirm what was actually the problem. And they told me that my mother could not undergo that operation because there is no light in the hospital. So I became so worried, and she was just given like 3 hours to undergo the operation, otherwise she was not going to survive from that particular problem. But there was no electricity in the hospital setting. So something came to my mind. Every now and then in Africa, our leaders are advocating for policies to strengthen democracy, for policies to make sure that they get something from the West, from this, but there is nothing put in place to make sure that African politicians and Africans are treated in Africa. Why must somebody be transported from Africa to India to seek for medical attention? Why must somebody die because of lack of electricity in Africa? So, now let me tell you something. We are all here talking about agriculture, talking about this, talking about that, but there is one thing we have always neglected in Africa. That is health and safety. For every nation to develop, for every country to develop, health and safety should be the priority. And that moment, I told my uncle that I must become a medical doctor, because the way I was seeing my mother and the way I was seeing other people suffering, dying, because there were no medical personnel at that particular setting to help that problem, I decided that I must do something, if not me alone, but with other African youths. So what happened? Recently, in my country, and not only my country, but in Africa, there was an outbreak of something we call kush. Kush is another form of cannabis sativa, but what young people were doing in Africa was they look for bones, they smash that bone, and they smoke it. So what happened? When they smoke this thing, after 2 weeks, they start to have sore on their foot. I'm just sorry that I could not prepare any presentation to show you the reality of what I'm saying. And after some time, they have multiple organ damage and they die. It happened in my country. 30 young people were buried on the same day because of this kush. So why am I coming up with all these? This is because in Africa, people or the government or systems that we have are not there to educate people to know about health, to know about how to live well. All the policies, all the advocacies are just about democracy, this and that. But one thing we must prioritize in Africa is health. So, I am not against the fact that the Europeans, Asians are giving us scholarship to come and study medicine here. But my advocacy here is, why must they not go and build those medical universities in Africa with all the right equipment so that we in Africa, they go and teach us there, because we know the problems that are affecting people in Russia are not the same thing in Africa. There are so many things. Since I came here, I have never seen mosquito. But in my country, most of the deaths are as a result of malaria. So, why must these Europeans or these Westerners who are actually claiming to have been advocates or who are claiming to have helped Africa, but when our politician is sick, they rather fund their transportation to India, to Germany to seek for medical attention? Why must they not go and build that hospital in Africa so that even the poor man in Africa will have access to quality health? So today, I am calling on all of us here to be an ambassador to advocate for health and safety in Africa. Let us be that ambassador and see changes in Africa. Thank you for listening. And please, you can subscribe to my channel on YouTube, Medicals TV. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was powerful. If I was a medical student, I would have felt so attacked. But every medical student here should take that serious, and not just in medicine. Every one of us, we represent different fields here: engineering, agriculture, every single thing, tech. Look, take this message, right, and think about how we can also develop Africa. So I want to recognize the presence of Pastor Godwin Ojotsu. He's the SFC director for Russia, and he's also the head pastor, senior pastor for Mount Zion Group of Churches in entire Europe. Let's clap for him again. So we're going to be having a session with him, but not now. So I want to confirm if the Sierra Leone dancers are around. So since they're not around, we're going to be having a very, very interesting conversation regarding the financial management and advancement of African students here in Russia. I'm going to be inviting Dr. Mona Lisa. She's going to be taking the session. I'm going to also invite, and she's going to invite the student presidents, basically, will be the ones in this conversation. So let's clap for our student presidents. So Dr. Mona Lisa will come forward now and just handle everything. You guys have 20 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for coming. Student presidents, okay, you're waiting for me to announce. Okay, just a minute. Okay, the student president for Malawi, Sharifa Dinala, please come. The student president for Nigeria, Alabi Jeffrey. Are you here? Is he here?
No.
No, he's not here. Okay, student president for Kenya, Clement, Mr. Clement. Student president for Angola, Mr. Samuel. Student president for Gambia. I don't want to say the name, I might pronounce it wrongly. Okay. Oh, it's Lamin, yeah? Okay. I'm also going to call our public relations officer, who is also the president of Sierra Leone, Mr. Will. And I'm also going to call upon
Mr. Gift,
our human resources manager at FMYDE, and also the Zambia president, Mr. Gift. So I think we need an additional chair. Oh,
no, I think
okay? Yeah, my president, Zimbabwe, please. Dr. Malakai. And also the president for Chad. Yeah? Okay. I think it's enough here. Oh, the president of Senegal is here, yes? Please, okay. All presidents, please come. I'm sure you have a say. All presidents, all African country student presidents, please come. Or representatives. Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, Uganda is also here soon.
Oh, Uganda.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. This side. Thank you so much for all the remarks that has been given so far. We really appreciate all the presentations that have been done. All protocols observed. So the topic of our discussion right now is financial management and advancement of African students in Russia. So we cannot really talk about advancement of African students in Russia without talking about the problems that most Africans studying in Russia are facing. So we had a discussion with our student presidents, and we came up with a couple of problems that we thought need to be addressed and are of severe importance. The first one is the students on the Russian quota. As we all know, there are students on governmental scholarships, government of Zimbabwe, different governmental scholarships, but we also have students who also come under the Russian quota, the Russian scholarship. And what the Russian scholarship does, they pay for your tuition fees, they cater for your tuition fees, but they don't really take care of your living expenses. You have to pay your rent, and you also have to fend for yourself, basically. So why this is an issue and why this is a problem is because we have realized that some of these African students on the Russian quota are left to despair. They have to fend for themselves. They have to undergo through certain kind of jobs, because not all jobs are easily accessible. So they end up going for different kind of jobs that are a bit laborious and a bit strenuous to them, and it ends up affecting our studies. The goal of us coming here to Russia and to study is to be able to go back and advance our countries. But to be able to advance our countries, the quality of education that we get is also important. So already there's an interference because of lack of proper funding. So this is something that we want to talk about, something that we want to also let our embassies know about, and if they can come to a conclusion and kind of help us. So I'm going to engage our student presidents. I'm going to start with Mr. Gift. I think he made an analysis of, he had to ask different students who are on the Russian quota how they expected to come to Russia and survive, and what the outcomes are. So Mr. Gift, you have the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I should agree to the problem analysis that it is what is on the ground, and not only do we find these students getting into these jobs that strain their education and so on and so forth, but sometimes it gets worse to an extent that people now may even do something that is illegal, because you understand that, as we know, we have a hierarchy of needs, and in as much as education is important, but you need to sustain yourself as an individual. So the problems are such that you find that the students are unable maybe to cater for the accommodation, they're unable to cater for the day-to-day needs, and as they go about that, they end up leaving class and not being able to attend school. That's why you even find that the focus changes now. Instead of studying, but you are now just working to be able to live a day. You are living day to day. So such are the problems. So they don't have a financial muscle, and their expectations when coming here, they were of the idea that if my tuition has been catered for, at least maybe I'll be able to find work, or maybe in the stipend that I'll be given, I will be able also to cater the expenses that I'll incur. But the situation as we know it is different, and it's definitely something that needs a solution to be provided for.
By the way, I have a question. How much is the stipend, sir?
The stipend from the schools?
From the Russian quarters. How much do they get as stipend?
The stipend is around 2,000 rubles, 3,000 rubles.
2,000, 3,000 rubles.
Yes,
Per month,
around that
yes.
time. Per month. A month, yes.
Okay.
Okay. I think.
Sorry. Can I?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Definitely.
So, remember that the team is empowered, right? And you, apart from talking about the problems, we also talk about the solution.
Yes, sir.
So, what do you think should have been the perfect approach of the Russian government? Remember, it is the Russian government right now. And whatever you say right now is what I'm going to write. I assure you that I'm going to write the president on this issue. So I'm asking you now, what do you see as a factor? What can be done by the Russian government to make the lives of Africans under the Russian scholarship to be better? What, in your view? I think for all the
Okay.
So.
Okay. I will not give myself the responsibility to answer for every country, but I'll give my take from Zambia. Okay. My take is, first of all, the opportunities itself is massive on the part of the student. So even if they do not have the financial capacity, once they are granted this opportunity, they'll get on board. So they may not be able to factor in the financial stance and all that. So to make their lives easier as they get here, firstly, I would want for the Russian government to make it easier for these students to be able to get jobs that align with the courses that they're studying. Because most of the jobs that you find these students doing are low-wage jobs, maybe in Burger King and this Korean and so on and so forth. So they should make it easier for them to be able to get into these markets that align with their courses. Also, they should maybe put an allocation on the stipend, a much higher stipend for the students on the quota, so that they're able to afford things like accommodation and day-to-day food.
How would you propose?
Okay.
Oh.
In every solution. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry, please. I'm saying sorry for being this way, because it is very important that we have guests. We have Russian guests. And they must see the truth. They must hear your truth. So it's very important you say it the way it is. We are all listening. I think my colleague also from the Embassy of Angola, she's also listening. So we need to hear you. You are the one in this, and it's very important you tell us how much do you think in your own, as a student, how much do you think would be sustainable? And also remember that other countries, not only Russia, offer scholarships. So after just opposing the Russian scholarship in conjunction with other country scholarships, I think that's what I would like to hear. Thank you.
I would suggest 20 to 30,000 rubles.
Okay. All right. You want to say something, sir? Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gift, the president from Zambia. All protocol observed. I would just like to throw some light on what you're saying. In regards to the stipends, I can vividly recall from China. We have students in China, and we're in close communication with them. I think they receive close to $350 a month for their for their stipends. And if you compare that to Russia, it's significantly decreased to like 2,500 to 2,900 rubles a month. And again, something I will also want to throw light on is the visa allocation scheme.
For the other problems, let's wait. We need to first hear the different people, what they have to say. Maybe you can pass the mic. What solution do you think should be done? We have highlighted the problem. So what solution do you think? And then he's writing it down, so it's effective.
All right, thank you so much. this is a topic that I definitely have a passion for to discuss with you, and I'm so glad that I'm seeing that you are pragmatic in your actions in making sure that we do not just keep talking, but do something about it, which is very important. So pertaining to this stipend issue, I am part of those people that are paid 2,000 ruble in Russia, which is, but again, I'm glad that you mentioned that we should not keep talking about the problems, but find solutions to them, which is important. So my solution to it is, I'm a diplomat and I always believe in diplomacy, that we as Africans need to engage the Russian Federation. They are not, this is not a force on the Russian Federation. They are doing it out of their will, goodwill and cooperation between us as Africans, and we need to understand that. In that, the best way possible that we can engage with them is through diplomacy and diplomatic engagements to see how best they can increase these quotas and this association that they have with us as Africans. And most importantly also, Russia is treating Africa in conferences as Africa, but in cooperation individually. That's the honest reality. Break it down. Okay. The breaking down part of it is that when I'm talking about conferences, for example, you will see Africa-Russia Summit, but when they're dealing with us as African, they deal with us country by country. Each agreement is completely different from the country from country. For example, in the Gambia, I'm from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It has to do with bilateral relations that has to do with Russian Federation. I didn't need to go through the process of application of schools, go through whatever it is. All it is needed is for me to submit my name and qualification on what I'm interested in, and I'm here. So others had to go through applications and they know exactly what is the quota, what will be given to them. So I believe the best solution is, as countries or as Africans, we need to have that collaboration with Russia and engage in more diplomatic negotiation with them in order for them to understand how we can pursue a goal that will give rise to this type of problem and have a common solution to it. Thank you.
Yes, I also want to highlight that the Russians are already helping us by giving us free education, which is something that is really good. But at the end of the day, we do have problems. Like what we said, our living expenses are not enough. We're not orphans. We cannot turn to Russia for everything. So we need to address our certain countries. They need to chip in. They need to know the problem that is there, and they need to come up with a solution for us. So we are telling you the problem so that they engage, not trying to put more burden on the Russians, no, but to go back to our countries, because like I said, we're not orphans. So what we are trying to do here is also to raise awareness so that in the different embassies, you communicate these things and it goes to the correct channels and they come up with better results for us. Yes, sir. You can pass to the President for Angola, Mr. Samuel.
Thank you very much to give me the word. I was hearing a careful on the question by the miss. Can you please remind me your name? Oh, great, great. Well, it is a serious question, and I wish I could to give a contribute in what Zambian president commented. As I see, Russian give for us a great opportunity to improve our mental skill. We have a good opportunity to receive good education here in Russia. And I speak by my personal experience. I'm a student from Russian People Friendship University, Ruden. I can recognize many of us here are also students from Ruden. And for us, there is a great opportunity. There is a program named Brilliant Scholarship. Usually, normal stipendium is just 2K, 2000 рублей. No. Being a part of this program, Brilliant Stipendium, the student can receive 25K rubles. Yes. Yes. Every month. And proudly, I'm member of this kind of program. As African youth, I believe that all of us are here with a visa. Our visa is student. I suppose that we must put our eyes on the focus, because many of us, when arrived here in Russia, after we lost ourselves, I think that we must remember the mission that brings us to Russia is the study. And if we combine all that factory, I think everything will be easy. And I speak from my country, from my community. There is a proverb in Portuguese. I came from Angola, our official language is Portuguese. Yes, there is a proverb in Angola that said, ensina a pessoa a pescar em vez de você lhe dar o peixe. That means teach the guy to catch the fish, but don't give him the fish. Yes. Reason why, I will repeat one more time. Russia give us a great opportunity, and we must receive it with two hands. And after that, everything will be easy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So because of time, we will have to end this session, but we're going to leave it to the floor. Just ask questions or any contributions that you have. Just 3 people.
Sorry,
and starting with
before you go, sorry, I just have...
okay, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about African transformation, right? And I know we are countries, different countries, but at the same time we have our mother body, which is African Union. And I would like to suggest, I know our economies are not the same, but we have this African Union. What about African Union and Russia come together and have an agreement that can also help African students, that they can come here and, I mean, embrace themselves in this opportunity? Because what I'm seeing is, not everyone can afford when it comes to coming to Russia. I went through a lot for me to come here. I had to fend for my air ticket. I had to go to the embassy, which is not in my country, but I have to take a flight to another country. I'm from Malawi. Yes. So if African Union can come, embrace this opportunity, I think we can develop as an African continent.
All right. Standing up? Yeah. Sure. No problem. All right. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for all the contribution from the panel and also from the audience. So to begin with the question regarding stipends. First of all, I'd like to reconcile our imaginative wishful thinking to reality here. The amount of 30,000 rubles is just unrealistic. Why? You have to understand that not even Russian pensioners get that much per month. Secondly, also, okay, the same stipend of 2,000 rubles we get as students, also Russian students do get the same amount of money. But for those who are exceptional in their studies, they do get extra money, something like 10,000 rubles, or some do get something like 25,000 rubles per month. I'm one of those who were able to do that. And the other thing also to do with, you know, like, we cannot put the blame on the Russian government, no. The idea here is, instead of us asking what can the Russian government do for us, it's what can our government do for us. You have to understand one very important thing, you know, economically. Here is a Russian, okay, let's say in my situation here, I'm from Zambia, and you find that our government pay our student stipend which are way below the standard of living in Moscow. So that alone shows negligence on my government's part. It has nothing to do with the government of Russia. No. Okay, for data's sake, it's something 250 per month, dollars. Yeah. it's been low because if you factor in inflation over the years in Russia, inflation has been rising.
If you check it with 2,200 or 300 rubles, the distance is very, very.
No. You are mistaken there. So
No,
that too.
it's okay. I think we let's not debate, actually, because of time. So one more last question. Thank you so much, sir, for your contribution.
Thank you.
One last question.
What question, contribution?
Hi. It's not a question. Okay. I don't really agree with a lot of things that's been said here. First, I'm going to start with the idea of the scholarship. This is the whole point of giving a scholarship. You give people from a different country to come to your country. You give them a scholarship, they're leaving everything they know. Some of these people, transportation is not paid for. Some of these people are coming from poor backgrounds where they have to source for transportation, and their parents are they're like, okay, when you get there, when you work, you'll be able to send the money back. But then, living expenses are not paid, it's just the tuition. These people find work. They have to find work. So I believe this is not a very reasonable thing when you say that nobody is blaming the Russian government. But when you're giving people a scholarship, I feel like they do not have to apply again for a different, just like you said, congratulations that you're part of the Brilliant People Scholarship. But unfortunately, some people, number one, they did not get the opportunity, they did not get the awareness that you are supposed to apply for something else. And if you don't know about something like that, how do you get it? If you're offering me a scholarship from the start, I believe that there should be something else. You should give me enough incentive, like for feeding, not just, they're not even paying for accommodation. You have to source your accommodation and you're giving 2K a month. A hostel in Ruden costs something from 5,000 upward, but you're giving me 2K to survive on. So some people are not aware of that, so unfortunately they're unable to. And then when you talk about the government, our government providing, Bidemi, I'm going to call you out because currently, Nigerian government are owing FSB students how many months? 9. So if my government is owing 9 months, you want them to adopt Russian scholarship students. You want them to adopt them after they're owing their own students money. How? It's not gonna work. It's not like reasonable.
Thank you so much. And I think that's where it also comes to Sharifa's contribution, that instead of working as individuals, as Nigeria, as Zimbabwe, but to be able to cooperate as African Union and Russia. But because of time, we'll have to close. But anyway, if you have any more questions, they'll send a link where you can ask all your questions and you still get responses.
Thank you. So I think Sharon's opinion actually caused questions in the hearts of a lot, but we don't have the time. But what I want to say, because I'll give my own opinion, is that when they give you the contract, you sign it, you know you're getting 2.5 per month. And if you're getting 2.5 per month, if you don't want it, leave it and stay in your country. You don't have to come to Russia. That's my point of view, right? They didn't force you, they didn't drag you here. If you don't have transport fare, stay in Nigeria, stay in the country that you have to stay. So everybody, when I was coming to this country, right, they gave us our award letter and they told us that this is what they're going to be paying us. And me, I used my 2 hands to sign it, right? If the money is not enough for me, I would leave it. So, and but I'm aware of what she's saying, right? I do not disregard her point, but I'm saying that everybody signed the contract. We have that consent letter that everybody has to sign. It's the same thing. It has been the same thing since 2018 when I came, and it was the same thing when I was also applying for that scholarship last year. And also to add to it, information is lacking among Africans in Russia. Yes, information is lacking among Africans in Russia, right? What we need to do is source for information. We are grown-ups here. Nobody is less than 18 here. So fend for yourself, right? Look for the information about the Brilliant Scholar. Now you've heard about it, that it's available in Ruden. I'm sorry that and I'm Blabe. So, but it's available. Even with there now, look for it. I realized that even when I was back in my city, there were a lot of people did not know. Yeah, okay, I'm done. Amen. Sorry. But the thing about it is that I'm sorry, I see hands, but there's no time. Apologies, we're like 33 minutes behind time. So thank you very much, student presidents. If I give him, I have to give the two of them there too. But okay, just give him. Thank you.
Thank you. I am from Chad, student president. And I think that so many things have changed from, for example, I came here in 2015. Now I am a PhD student. When we came, it was not possible to work. But the year 2020 had many changes. Now it is a little bit better. Okay, but and like 2 months ago, we discussed with our students from Chad, and we arrived to a conclusion that we have to go to the enterprises. Instead of go to the government, we have to go to the enterprises in like to see with them how we can work there. First with the stages, then after work. Soon we can invite or let these enterprises go or export their product to Africa. These ways we thought that we can find maybe some work here as students, and as well as in future we can do some changes.
Thank you. So I'm going to give 1 minute to you and 1 minute to you, and then we're just going to, I have a feeling that there's something that is burning the hearts of people and there's no time, but just one minute.
Thank you so much, everyone. My name is Farida. I just want to speak about the fact that people pay money for stuffs that have value, right? We keep on saying they should add money. It's giving a sort of entitlement vibes. I know some students personally in Varanish where when FSB delayed, their school was still paying them up to 20,000. It wasn't because they were working, but they were doing so much for their school. They were participating in their school activities. They were participating in stuff that actually brought value to Russia, right? You can't just come and say, increase something. What value are we bringing back to the country that we are asking them for something? People will pay for value when they see it. You don't have to beg. You don't have to do anything. Once they see that you are providing something, automatically they are willing to give a lot for it. So I would like us to just chill on let them increase our stipend, let them do this and provide. Think of how you can do something for your school, how you can do something to progress, to make a progress in something that you're doing, and your school will willingly pay you more stipend. HSC does it too. They can pay you lots of stipend for participating in things, right? You don't have to work, to be honest. You just have to be very diligent as a student.
So I'm going to give the last person, and we're just going to close this session. And the dance group, if you are ready, please, you can get ready.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. We are blaming the Russian government. We should blame our government because it's a contract. They accepted the contract from the Russian government because we all know that, you know, they accepted that they should be paying the students 2,000 rubles, and our government accepted it. So we should not blame the Russian government. So we should blame our government. They should have agreed, no, this is too small for the students. But why they accepted it is because they wanted, or they agreed also for them to be assisting us by giving us stipends. Are you getting it? So it's not the Russian government. We should go back to our embassy and address that issue. That, oh, why you fail to tell this government or the Russian government that this money is too small. You know, the Russian government, they are benefiting from us. They need our ideas. So, on that note, that's why, of course, they need our ideas. They are benefit from us. That's why they are giving scholarships. For them it's a practical work. Like, for example, if they need our ideas, understand? So, in an other way around, you know, some guys, they are applying unknowing to the government of their country. So it's a burden to the country also. You know, some of them, they are not passing the right channel. So they have already accepted to go through suffering. So it's not the problem of the government on that other side. Are you getting it? But all those who are passing through the government of their country, they should have what? Their government is all of them is a burden to their government. Are you getting it? So let's think otherwise.
Thank you very much. So I think we are on the same page.
Yes,
Everybody is...
I mean it kindly. I'm requesting for 30 seconds for a conclusion.
Okay, conclude. Thank you.
Yes, you'll all agree with me that currently Africa has 6 major regions, I would say.
30 seconds.
Yes, we have the central, we have the north, west, east, south, and
the horn of
central.
Africa.
Yes, and we have the diaspora as the 6th region. So you find that Africa is trying to come together, those as a diaspora, at least to advocate for things that can benefit the continent as a one, rather than each and every individual countries. So I would suggest that the talks are great, suggestions have been put across, but something should be done. We can reach out to our embassies, the student president, the student leaders. Why can't you come up with suggestions on this issue of scholarship, so that, of course, from the student fraternity of every country, you get their proposals, get the document to your ambassadors. Then I think at the moment the ambassadors can come together, come up with a final list, a final document, so that we can get an improved scholarship. It's all about improved. They can sit, of course, on the table and come up with an improved scholarship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's clap for our student presidents as they go back to their seats. But let's not forget that Africa itself is suffering. So if you're asking them to increase your stipends, that's a lot. So we're going to be having the dance. So as the dance group is coming up, I think it will say... The dance, are you ready?
Дорогие друзья, я предлагаю провести вместе с Моной Лизой, мы можем организовать оргкомитет по проведению мероприятия, которое поможет найти работу для ищущих студентов.
So he said that we can have like an event together with Mona Lisa that will help students to actually look for jobs, to find jobs.
Я приглашу компании, которые занимаются трудоустройством именно африканских студентов.
So he's inviting people that are actually African students.
Тогда мы еще раз встретимся еще раз и опишем дорожную карту и программу нашего взаимодействия. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. Спасибо, Bausch.
Thank you so much.
So the dance... Thank you very. So the dance, you can begin. 5 minutes. Thank you. That was beautiful to behold. I've never seen that dance before, so it was interesting to have seen that for the first time. Let's clap for them one more time. They are from Sierra Leone, by the way, right? If I'm not correct, and it's good that we actually have such presentations so we can get to know more about our cultures. So I'm going to be asking if Let's Fix is here. He's supposed to speak for like 2 minutes for his idea, but if he's not here, I'm going to be inviting Pastor Godwin Ojotu. So it's not going to be a panel discussion, it's just going to be a presentation, right? We're going to be discussing the role of religion in Africa today and how to achieve Pan-Africanism without religious conflict. So let's welcome Pastor Godwin, SFC Director, Russia, and Senior Pastor of Mount Zion.
Good day, everyone. Can everyone see me? Like, the position is... okay. All right. Good day once again, everyone. I count this a rare privilege to be able to stand in front of you to speak. All protocols duly observed. Thank you each and everyone that is here. But before going forward, I want to especially commend my dear daughter, friend, sister, all in one. Mona Lisa, you don't cease to amaze me with, well, God doesn't cease to amaze me with what He's able to do through you. I just sat down and I heard, I mean, just the kind of discussions we're having here, I mean, are quite great and awesome. And I think it's wonderful that I have the opportunity to be able to speak here. The last time something like this was organized, I had a 5-10 minutes, very quick. Today I'm more relaxed and more, I see more znakomi lica, familiar faces. So I'm going to speak. There's a topic that was given to me, but I want to be as practical as possible because I'm a preacher, I'm a pastor. I talk more at people, and but it's not often that we have the opportunity to kind of like interact. And I want to give a warning. First of all, of course, the topic is very diplomatic, religion. I'm a pastor, so I am not going to be speaking generally in the sense of religion. I'm a Christian, I'm a pastor, and therefore I'm going to talk from the perspective of the Bible, not in a general religious ideology. I want to give a warning before I start that if I'm going to talk about Christianity and the Bible, a lot of people have been turned off by religion, quote unquote. So if I'm talking about religion, I'm going to be emphasizing more, not on just supernatural interventions of God into human affairs, but I'm going to major on a very, very different aspect. And I want to say this. Let me start this way. I'm just going to give the definition of what I believe is the blessing, because when we talk about Christianity, many of us here are Christians and say God bless you. So usually when a clergyman comes to a place like this, is just pray for us, let God help us. You know, there's that mentality that once you just bring Christianity or the Bible or religion into the play, all you need is just pray for us so that God can help us, which is, in my opinion, is a very irresponsible approach to the idea. God, it's not a biblical saying. But there's a saying that, it's not a biblical saying, but God helps those who help themselves, right? And there's a Russian version to that saying. It says, "Na Boga nadejsa samni plashai." It's like it's a Russian saying. The man of is what I'm trying to say. It's when we talk about religion and God, I think there's a disbalance. So I want to come totally from a very, very different perspective. What we are talking about is the transformation of Africa, and I want to say something. I have a couple of thoughts that I want to share with us, but I really want to hopefully have a short interaction. So I'll keep my thoughts as small as possible. One thing I want to say, just the key point of what I want to say is, for real sustainable development and real societal transformation, God, as the creator of the universe, has a big role to play. If you go to the social media space today, it's not uncommon. I don't know about other countries, but let me use Nigeria. As a country where there's been lots of Christian revivals and there are lots of mega churches, it is not uncommon to hear statements like, we are tired of this church thing. Look at China, there's no church there. They have this as a common narrative. Unfortunately, that narrative is based on, in my opinion, not trying to sound too harsh. It's a very ignorant opinion, and I'm going to prove that to us right now. So I just want to make a key statement, and being a clergyman, I have to read the Bible first before I give you my thought. I am trying to say that as Africa, for our real transformation, we need God. That's what I'm trying to say, and I'm going to explain that in a perfect way. I have so the Bible says in Psalm 33, I'm just going to read from Psalm 33 from verse 10. I'm going to use the New International Version because it's kind of like the simplest version, like for us now. Psalm 33 verse 10, it says, the The Lord foils the plans of the nations. He thwarts the purposes of the peoples. But the plans of the Lord stand firm forever, the purposes of his heart through all generations. Verse 12 says, blessed, that's what I want to emphasize on. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord, the people he chose for his inheritance. There is nothing disadvantageous in turning to God. I just feel that if we do not have a full understanding of that, it leads us to make wrong conclusions. What am I trying to say? The earth was created by God, and it has been proven historically. That's what I want to emphasize. The earth was created by God, and it has been proven historically that nations and people groups that have turned to him have never been put to shame. It has been proven historically. Now, if we want to use Africa as a case study, sincerely speaking, Christianity in Africa, if I'm going to talk about Christianity, has not lasted more than 200 years. And if you count the number of thousands of years in history, it's quite early to judge. So we're going to go in the history lane. You know, there's nothing new under the sun. The Bible says it. So if you want to know what will happen, study what has happened. I hope you're with me. Now, let's look historically. I'm going to give you a 3 minutes history of the whole world based on the Bible stance. The earth was created by God. Then there was a fall of man. Adam sinned. And for a couple of hundreds and thousands of years, man was in darkness until God picked a man, Abraham. There was a covenant with him. And then a nation was born, Israel. And there is something called the Old Covenant, which is God choosing a nation, the nation of Israel, in the Old Covenant, and saying, I have picked you. And it is actually an Israelite psalmist who wrote, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. So, the first case study to show that those who have turned to God have never been in a disadvantage is the nation of Israel. God cut a covenant with them at the peak of the Israelite covenant. They basically ruled the Trans-Euphrates territory. It was a great, prosperous nation. But of course, in God's covenant with them, he gave them a warning. If you turn away from me, things are going to be bad. If you study the history of Israel, God told them, you are going to be dispersed all around the world. You are going to be chased from the land that I have given to you. Till this day, the debate about Jerusalem still rages. There's nothing new under the sun. But now, please listen to me. Even as they were dispersed, study the whole world. Till this day, even though there's a new covenant, a Christian covenant that I will not go into, for the mere fact that God cut a covenant with the people of Israel, till this day, Russia, Europe, America, the Jews may not be, many of them may not be traditional Jews, but there were some values that were handed over to them. And even though the Jewish nation in a certain sense is under a curse, because, get me wrong please, don't put words in my mouth, under a curse, the curse of if you turn away from me, you are going to be chased from Jerusalem and your land to all the other nations. Yet, there's a part of the blessing that still remained with them, which is a certain mentality. And that mentality has made them till this day, they still rule the world. Whether that is right or wrong, it's not for this forum. In America, in Russia, I don't know if you're aware of it, do your investigations. The gold and the silver still belongs to them. It's a very controversial topic, but I am never afraid of controversial topics. Why? And what has this got to do with Africa? I am telling you that there are values and systems that the creator of the world instituted, and those who learn to live by them stand out among people. Values of hard work, values of honesty, values of generosity. I don't have enough time to go into the details, but this is the first example. The Jewish nation. Please do we are all students. Go and do your homework and study the amount of wealth and influence that is in the hands of the Jews that have been driven out of their original land, even as foreigners. You know better than anyone how difficult it is as a foreigner to move forward. There was a Holocaust in the 40s. Study history. You will discover that these people, every 100 to 150 years, anywhere they're chased to, they come out at the top, and then the people get tired, and then they are kind of like chased out and told, you've come and taken everything. Give them 150 years, they get back to the top, because there are certain values, biblical values, that have been inculcated among these people. Now that's the first example. The second example, which is maybe a little bit closer to us, what am I trying to say? I'm saying any nation that has adopted the God of heaven as their God and decided to live by his principles have never been at the bottom. Because there's a promise that says you will be at the top, not at the bottom. The first case study is Israel. The second case study is what I would call the Reformation in Europe. If you study your history very well, there was a time when for many years, Christianity expanded, and then it got to a stage where it became very traditional and orthodox. And then there was a season in the 16th and 17th centuries where there was, 15th, 16th centuries, where there was a reformation. Have you ever heard of the name John Calvin, Martin Luther? Those were reformers. Those were people who took the Bible and saw things inside and said, how come we are not living this way and we say we are Christians? And then there was a reformation. I can't go into the details of it, but it was that reformation that led to the Renaissance and the complete transformation of Europe. It was that reformation that led a certain group of people to run away from Europe to go to the United States of America to form a country that was going to be based on Judeo-Christian values. It is that reformation and biblical Judeo-Christian mentality that led to the formation of the country, the United States of America, that for hundreds of years was at the peak. And I am not afraid of controversy. I dare say the problem of the United States of America and why it is waning in its influence and will continue to wane is because it has turned away from those standards under which it was built. And that is why, if you study history right now, I'm a student of history, there is a huge change in the course of humanity right now. Because for hundreds of years, that country that was built on biblical values ruled. We are in Russia right now. There was a time, there's something called the Soviet Union, Sovietsky Soyuz. There was a time when there were two major world powers that were going at it. The atheistic communism ruled. And then there's the Western ideology. It was capitalism, but not just capitalism. There was a certain Bible-based approach to things. And of course, communism lost. And we are standing here right now because of that. Communism lost because there's no God and they threw God away and all that. It doesn't work. It can't work that way. So, that is number 2. But I want to emphasize something. Please pay attention to what I'm saying. I'm not talking of just, I believe in prayer, I'm a preacher, and so if I don't believe in prayer, I can't be standing here. But I want to say that there's an aspect, when we talk about the blessing, how does God bless a people? And I'll come home right now. I'll come home to us and as Africans and tell you what we need. When we talk about the blessing of God, there are two things. There are two parts of the blessing. A lot of people emphasize one part of the blessing, which is, hey, I have difficulties. Please pray for me, and then let God just do something and change my situation. Yes, God does that, but that is one aspect. There's a second part that I feel we need, which is a mentality and a way of thinking and a way of doing things. Any nation that embraces the Bible and the principles of the Word of God, there is a transformation that occurs in the mentality and thinking of the people. And please, now let me come home. Listen to me. Africa is not the poorest continent on earth because we don't have resources. Resource-wise, we are way ahead of many continents. Is that right? Do you agree with me on that one? The problem is a certain way of doing things and a certain way of thinking and a certain mentality. Here is my hope. Be patient with Africa. When it comes to revivals, listen, the gospel entered Europe and it took hundreds of years before they moved from revival to reformation. What is revival? Revival is inside the church where lots of people are gathered, they get saved spiritually. Reformation is societal transformation as a result of change in mentality. Right now in Africa, there are lots of big churches, and I dare you never ever say there is no need for such churches. That's a very ignorant statement, because it's just that it is a first step in a very, very long journey. What we need is societal transformation and a change in mentality. But I dare to say, the fear of God is the greatest motivator for a changed mentality. What do I mean by that? I'll tell you a story. I have a relative many years ago, when we were still younger. He used to work in a school. He was in a university in Nigeria, and then he used to teach in I think many of us did that. You teach in a secondary school and all that. And he was this kind of activist. So he felt like the teachers in the school, the young teachers, were not being treated right, and there was the principal of the school. He felt she was corrupt. So every day he would come back home and he would be telling me, there's corruption in that school. Things are not okay. The principal is taking all the money. Well, and I don't, this kind of activist, no less, hey, we won't, So every time he would come home and be talking. So he used to go to the school and be doing the same thing as well. He would gather the teachers. No, we can't agree. Money was allocated. It has been misappropriated and all that. So he looked very active. So when I looked at him, I said, I like your zeal, but this your zeal is not on a strong foundation. It's not on the foundation of the fear of God. And I feel that it won't take you too far. He said, no, this is not fair. So one day he now told, because he was causing a lot of commotion in the school. And then, one day he came home and he told me he has been invited to the principal's office to speak. And he's going there to tell her his mind, tell her what he thinks people must be taken care of. Because every evening he used to come and rant about how things were not okay. And then all of a sudden, that evening, he came back after the meeting with the principal, and I didn't hear anything anymore. I even forgot. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, I said, Mike is no longer, it's not his Mike. I said, Mike is no longer complaining about anything. So I said, Mike, what's happened? I have not heard you say anything. Since the day you said you're supposed to, the principal called you to say, what? He just smiled sheepishly, and as a cousin of mine, I knew him very well. I said, Mike, there's something you're not telling me. So cut a long story short, Mike's zeal was quenched by whatever transaction happened in that principal's office. I don't know what transaction happened, but I suspect that something changed hands. And that is the day I discovered that the greatest motivation for holding on to certain standards is the fear of God. I discovered that zeal is not enough. For those of you who are Nigerians, there was a great movement in the election. I'm being practical now. There was a movement called the Obedient Movement in Nigeria, where a certain man who has certain standards or proclaims certain standards wanted to be a president. Many people wanted him to become president because the youth wanted somebody. They feel the country is corrupt, so they want somebody who is very practical. When I looked at everything, I told myself I would like him to be president, but I said for my own sake, I wanted it to be an experiment. I looked at it and I said, for those who are not experienced, this is what you people call the Obedient Movement. It was not anything different from a certain movement in 2015. It's just for those who are not too experienced, they don't know too much about it. The idea, what am I saying? The idea is not about the zeal. Everybody knows what needs to be done and how things need to be done. But there is something corrupt in the heart of man that once he gets to a certain place, he changes. And only the fear of God is the greatest influence on a person to change his approach to things. So that is why you see people, they complain, this is that, this is this, these are not. The moment they get into certain positions, they change. The fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. There are standards. one of the most prosperous, as I begin to round up my thoughts, one of the most prosperous countries in the world is Switzerland. How many of you are aware of that? How many of you are aware that the wealth and prosperity of Switzerland and the standard of living and everything was a blueprint that was drawn by a certain man called John Calvin, the reformer? Do the story. There was a reformation in Switzerland. It is a country where, as a way of doing things, you can put, like for example, you want to sell apples, you drop an apple, you write the price, and you just go home. And somebody will come and whatever apple he takes, he will drop the money there. In the days of when they were not using the cards, now things are different. Honesty, hard work, resilience, these standards are all advocated for in the Bible. What I believe is, and my hope for Africa, is that a time will come when our Christianity will not just only be about approaching God to help us solve our problems, but it will be about imbibing and taking principles from the Word of God and doing things in a different way. Principles of hard work, principles of honesty. At this stage right now, we'll have lots of people who profess to be Christians, but practically speaking, in corrupt offices and corrupt workplaces, things are happening and they are not even able to stand for these principles. So I have told someone before, there are societies that may not be Christian or may not be religious, but yet certain standards of honesty are held higher than our so-called very religious society. And what is the solution to this? Transformation. What is our role here? I believe that with the fear of God, until real people who have passion for certain ways of doing things, certain standards of doing things, based on the fear of God, they are the only ones that may or can go back and create real societal transformation. So the role of religion is not just all about praying to God and say, God help us. There's a place for prayer. We believe in that. But I'm saying, let us study Europe. Let us study America. These societies were built based on certain principles. And I want to repeat again, the problem that America is having right now, and it may continue to have if it doesn't change its path, is that from a country that was based on Judeo-Christian values, certain aspects of their society have now decided that they want to be exporting certain standards that I don't even want to mention. And of course, a certain grace it leaves you. The Bible says when the way of a man pleases God, it causes even his enemies to be at peace with him. Therefore, the antonym of that is when your way stops pleasing God and you see your enemy all of a sudden looking stronger than you, it may be a sign that a certain grace has left you. That is the story of the West. They have turned away from certain standards that they used to have. It has happened. Study history. There is nothing new. One generation is raised. It happened in the Roman Empire. Just study history. There's nothing new. So there is hope for Africa if a generation will rise that will take the biblical standards. It's not just all about carrying religion in your head in terms of prayer. That has its place. But about your convictions, about your way of doing things, and break through the rugged structure of the things. Those of you who have gone back and tried to do things back in Africa, I'm sure you know what I mean. There is a certain stronghold of corruption based on a certain mentality that has put certain gates, that it will take a generation of really strong, lion-hearted, God-fearing people with strong convictions to go and break it. So what we need is a change of values. But my hope is this. We have been in this for just 100 or a little over 100 years. Patience. We need time. Those will rise. Those from inside and those of us from outside who have seen a different way by which things are done. Glory to God for the opportunities we have. Glory to God for the scholarships that we have. I thank God. I also came here many years ago on scholarship. But I dream of a time when they will come to us. They will learn from us. It may not be today. It may not be tomorrow. It may not be next year. But if we are fully transformed, it is not the weather that made us to run here. We have a better weather there. It is not a lack of oceans and forests and natural reserves. We have them more there. It is about the mentality and the way we do things. So the Bible, I'm advocating for the Bible, the Word of God, as a source of transformation of mentality and living in a practical way. And then that is what will change our society. Remember my dear friend Mike, it's not just all about being an activist. I've seen too many of them advocating and beating their chest that when certain opportunities are given to them, they'll do things differently. Any passion that is not based on the fear of God crumbles usually at a certain stage. And if you are not aware, the strongholds there are strong. It's a mentality, it's a way of life, it's an ideology, and it's not just going to be broken by a few aluta shouting. It's a bigger stronghold. But there is a way out. Transform people with a strong conviction to the societal, to the grassroots of societies. That is how we can change. And that is why I said I wanted that experiment. There was a lot of shouts, this movement, that movement. The change will not happen from the top. The change will happen from the bottom. When the simple people are transformed in the way they think. Otherwise, please, we are not the first and we are not going to be the last of people who think just shouting and saying things need to be done differently. Tens of years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, such people also rose. But when the opportunity came, they became different. So I advocate the fear of God, turning to God, embracing the Judeo-Christian values of the Bible as the way forward. It's a long journey. It's not a one-day journey, but this is just a general picture of what I think. Thank you very much. These are my thoughts. Maybe we could, if we... Okay, yeah. Yeah. I can start. I'm okay.
Okay. So is there anybody that has any question for...
Or a contribution? Yeah, okay.
Okay. So you two of you have, so you go and then you go there. Ouch. This one I'll be passing this microphone.
Okay, thank you very much, man of God. I was inspired by your presentation. So I am somebody who is a follower of Christ and a believer in the faith. But there is something running down my mind here while you are talking. You know, if you look at Africa today, if you look at the problem in Africa today, for example, let's look at my country.
You're from where?
I'm from Sierra Leone.
Okay, Sierra Leone, okay.
Yes, 50% of the population in my country are Christian, 50% are Muslims. But with all these, and I believe if you can check, my country, 100% of us believe in God. But with all these, we are here to feed ourselves. We are here to generate electricity. We are here to provide quality health for ourselves. So how do you think religion can solve this problem?
Okay.
And how long?
Okay, so I think if you listen to what I said, I'm just going to maybe do a summary of what I just said now in 2-3 minutes. I'm saying that if I'm going to talk about, I'm a pastor, so I'm going to talk about Christianity. There is what is called traditional Christianity or Svietskaya Christianstvo, if we use the Russian version. It is. Are you aware that more than 50% of Russians also say they are Christians? When we talk about Christianity, there is a difference. There's a big difference between the badge of Christianity and genuine Christianity. There's a difference. Just Christianity that, well, I'm born in a Christian nation, so I'm a Christian. One of the questions I don't like is when people ask me sometimes, you are from there, also, you are from a Christian nation? I don't believe in the concept of a Christian nation. Please get my perspective right. Christianity or faith is a personal thing. Many people have the tag. And that's why you have lots of people with the name, but there is no practical transformation. Real Christianity is a personal walk and following Jesus personally. Now, this is what I believe. If I'm going to use your statistics, sir, of the 50% that you call that 50%, I tell you before God, if genuinely any society that genuinely 10% are real Christians, not Christians based on just their title, that they really live according to the tenets of the faith and walk with God, it will reduce drastically things like corruption and the wrong stealing and the different ways that things are done wrongly. So can you say that when we have an office, you have quote-unquote Christians, but money can be stolen, money can be misappropriated? Those are not people who live according to the standard practices. What I'm trying to say is, so that's what happened in the Reformation. The whole of Europe, people said they were Christians, but it was just people were paying money. I urge you to study the Reformation of Martin Luther. There's something called indulgencia. Okay, I can't remember how I think it's indulgences too. I'm sorry, I usually speak in Russian. So it's people paid money for salvation. Like indulgence, right? My relative just died, so then they used to, the Orthodox church used to think that if somebody just died now, he's in a certain place, so you pay certain amounts of money, and then he will enter into heaven. And some funny stuff. It was a dead religion. Dead religion does not save people. It's a living, real relationship with God that saves. But it starts from there. Then the second point is when there is real transformation is when the standards are held. Real standards. Any type of Christianity where people don't hold on to the standards, you say I don't want to turn this place into a church right now and start preaching, but you say you are a Christian and then you are living in outright sin, in adultery, fornication, and all. That's not Christian. You're not a follower of Christ. So we have statistical Christians. And there's genuine followers. So once that percentage goes up and real transformative teachings are done, it will change to a certain extent the society. So that is our story. Unfortunately, it's just that's what I would say for that.
Yeah, greetings everybody. Greetings everybody. And my question is in nexus to what my brother just said, but on a comparative basis.
Okay.
You're talking about Christianity, but if we can look at some of the advanced world today, like America, the United States of America, the Great Britain, these people believe in liberal Christianity that adopts systems, that actually contradict the real Bible teachings. Like today, you can see in the parliament, the past bills regarding LGBTQ and all the rest. But in Africa, I believe that we are much more religion than these people because. Like in Uganda, there has been a fight against the West regarding these kind of issues. So, in my own opinion, I'm not sure if religion is heading us back, but laziness and the passion for us to actually go in for what develop our country. Because if we can comparatively make analysis, we have much more churches in Africa than in the entire Europe. Nigeria has gotten a whole much more of larger churches, compared to America. They don't even go to churches normally. But if you consider the advancement in technology, even today I'm speaking, you begin to feel like religion is not the main factor that is holding us back. Thank you.
Okay, so again, it's every single question that I hear, it's almost like I have to repeat everything I said. So maybe I wasn't, I had 30 minutes. I could have maybe spent time, read some things. I want to repeat this. My dear friend that just spoke, can you hear me? Are you still with me? Yeah. Okay, so please get this. Did you hear I just talked about John Calvin? You see, if you study history, it's very important that we become students of history. The Europe that we're talking about was developed on the shoulders of the Reformation. Calvin, Luther of Germany, Wesley in England. There was the seasons of. I don't have enough time to go into the history of it. This is what I would say. I feel it is a mistake to blame religion for the problems. Making religion. So I discovered that religion has been made a scapegoat of the African problem. What do I mean by that? When there's a problem, you have to look for what to blame. The problem of Africa, can I be honest here? It's a mentality problem. There's a way that we do things. I don't know where it came from. It's a different topic altogether. Why you act the way, where did it come from? Poverty is a mentality. There's a way a rich man thinks and there's a way a poor man thinks. It's not about what you have. It's how you use what you have. Can anybody agree with me on that one? So where that came from is a topic that is not for today. It's a whole, I don't want to go into that. But what we need is the solution. We cannot blame faith and religion. I would tell you, the little progress that we have made, I will even say faith has played a role in it. That's number one. Then let me add something. The only things that actually even seem to be working as a case study are some religious organizations. Now, of course, unfortunately, people also even criticize them wrongly. Have you ever heard of Winners Chapel? The Living Faith Church? Lots of people criticize some of those organizations. But I leave you maybe with this thought as I answer this question. The day any African country will have a president or leaders that will run the country even half of the way that some of these leaders of religious organization, the integrity, the hard work, the transparency, the organization, if we have a president who could run the country half of that way, Africa will be totally transformed. But unfortunately, I don't want to go into the spiritual aspect of it. There's a certain blindness that makes us look at the people from which we can copy. We blame them for what is not working. But that is also a topic for another day. So it's, in my opinion, very, okay, let me put it in a milder way. The Europe and the rest that we're talking about now, I'm saying they are pushing non-religious things. They were built on biblical principles. They are crumbling slowly but surely, because they are turning away from the Judeo-Christian values on which they were built. That is the point I'm trying to make. It's like the Roman Empire. Study the Roman Empire. The same thing. It was destroyed by debauchery and corruption, and it got so big, and then it got into its head. It's the same story. There's nothing new under the sun. It happened to Nebuchadnezzar. It happened to the Roman Empire. It's happening to the Western Hemisphere right now if they are not careful. So there's nothing really new under the sun. Our problem is not religion. Let's not use faith as a scapegoat. There are many things wrong in the way we do things over there, but believe me, let's not only focus, like I said, on prayer, but on core principles under which societies are built. If we keep those principles, then everything is going to be okay. It's going to take a long time, but we'll get there someday, I hope. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. So I think, yes, sir, thank you. Let's clap for Pastor Godwin again. I think that these topics that we have for this session are extremely loaded, that it should have been like a different conference on their own, because a lot of people have like a lot of things to say, but unfortunately, like, there's no time anymore, so we're about to take like a break because we still have our student discussion. So whilst the break is, are you guys ready for us? Not yet. So as we wait for them, I'm going to invite some organizations, ideas, businesses that want to just inform us about what they're involved in. So I'm going to ask, is Not Done organization, are they here at the moment? Not Done. Okay, so since they're not here, Bookshelf, can you come for, you have 2 minutes, and my 2 minutes is like critical 2 minutes, because we're 30 minutes behind time, and we'll have to leave here in the next few minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to acknowledge the presence of our distinguished guests, the delegates from Biotech and the delegates from the Nigerian government. In short, all protocols are highly observed. I would like to take this opportunity to, can I just have the code first? Yeah. Chiwetsang, I'm a representative from Bookshelf. Bookshelf, this is basically an online library or platform where you can access books, which are actual physical books. I remember when I was coming in, someone was asking me, like, where did you get this, that book? So I got this book from Bookshelf. So like how do we work? The way we work is we are a book rental operating service. So you rent books from our platform. We have books in all different and quite a wide range of genres. We have books in finance, we have books on religion, we've got books just in literature and everything. So the way you can access us is via WhatsApp. We've got a catalog, so you can scan the code. When you scan the code, you're going to see the kind of books we have, and then everything will be there. And just to close on that, I remember there's a certain point the Nigerian delegate made mention of. He talked about the 3 pillars of development, which is basically finance, knowledge, and opportunity. One thing I know, and I'm sure most of you will probably agree with me, is that half of the things you fear is probably because you are ignorant about. You are scared to start that project because you don't know what it takes. So I really believe knowledge is one of the best foundations if we are to evolve as a people. So please make use of this platform. We are ever there, 24-hour service, and it's high time we fix our lead.
Amen. Thank you. Not done. 2 minutes. Okay, there is a not done presentation. Do you guys have it? Okay. Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nicole Kudzai. I'm from Zimbabwe, and I just want to tell you about my organization that I started last year. It's called Not Done Organization. So basically, this organization is for all the internationals in Russia. So this organization is for students and workers. We provide a wide varieties of things, but the main, can I please have the next slide, please? So the main reason for this organization is to help different international workers, students, or anyone who is an international living in Russia to achieve their dreams and their goals. So I'm just going to tell you why is it called Not Done. So I came in Russia 2016, and I didn't have like enough information or people to help me to achieve my goals. So I came with a solution like what is the best way for people to achieve their goals and their dreams in Russia. Can I please have the next slide? So basically we offer like live webinars where we interact with different people. We have our mentoring programs, we have our masterclass and a book club. So for you to achieve goals in Russia, you need to learn a lot of things. That's why we offer like different webinars, and also we have our mentoring programs. For me, I suffered a lot. I was looking for someone to guide me, to mentor me, to lead me in Russia. For example, I started a business. It was going well in Russia, but then it ended up failing because I didn't have anyone to guide me or to mentor me. And also, one of the things that I realized is a lot of people, they have ideas, they attend masterclass in maybe America, UK, or maybe on YouTube, but they don't have those masterclasses here. So that's why we offer these services. Can I have the next slide, please? So our future mission is to introduce this program to different universities and international companies and embassies. So if you want to be our partner, you can join us and contact us and also join our Telegram channel. Next slide. So you can join our team. This is what we offer. And then the next slide, please. We also have the upcoming events that we are hosting this month, and also Dr. Mona Lisa will be our guest speaker, and you can also join our book club. And our contact information, you can reach to me. The next slide, please. Next one, you can skip this one. So thank you. You can reach to me if you want to learn more about this organization.
Thank you very much. So the reason why we have these ideas is not just because we want people to come and like stay here and say things. It's because from these ideas you can find something that probably like connects to what you're doing, what you're interested in, and definitely you could partner with them. So while we wait, can people come or we need to wait? All right then, so let's quickly have DN Graphil and Tribe Club Group. Please, let's be fast, like, yeah, because there's not much time.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. I kindly have a presentation. Yeah.
Yeah.
I am Danny Yoram Kalima. As it is written there, I'm the founder of DN Graphil. So what you are seeing there is the mission statement of DN Graphil. DN Graphil helps businesses build unique and variable long-lasting brand presence. It is specialized in branding. So in as much as we are doing businesses, we would want us ourselves to be presented well to the target audience that we're looking towards or to attract. So in as much most of us have business ideas, you might need a proper way of branding your businesses. So DN Graphil is the brand that you can approach. I'm available on all those social media platforms that are put there. I'm available on LinkedIn, Behance, Instagram, and Facebook. Next slide, please. Among the businesses that have helped building the brand identities, some of them are here. We have Chloroplast Agribusiness. It's an agricultural business. We have Balance Real Estate. We have Texon Homes. We have Tribe Club. We have Mick Monique Peru Store and HBG Barbershop. So next slide, please. This is the Behance website. It's a site where most creatives put their projects there, so you can visit Behance to check more of the projects that I've done, and from there we can connect and do business together. Next slide, please. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Their presentation looks really, really nice. So if you have a business and you want someone to help you to brand it, you don't know how to, you are thinking about it, DN Graphil is there for you. So Tribe Club and very fast. Yeah.
We'll try to be quick. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is James Marcelo, representing the Tribe Club. Before I start, may I simply say all protocols observed. So we are representing the Tribe Club. The Tribe Club is simply a group of companies which was created, right now it's operating in Zambia and in Morocco. What was the essence of creating this company? As we are aware, when we graduate, when we go back to our various countries, it is really hard for us to find employment. You find that you're a graduate and you wait for like 2-3 years, or some even like 5 years to just get an employment. So what do we do as a company? We encourage people to serve under various savings platforms as they are schooling here. Of course, we understand that as students, it is hard to find work here. But how about if the little that you get with the work that you're doing, you serve, and at the end of the day, you graduate with something. You not only have money to begin with as you go back home, but you have at least, you won't begin from a zero level. Even as you await your employment, you have where to start from. So she's just simply going to read out the Tribe Club mission and what we're all about, and we'll be done. Just 30 seconds.
My name is Chisenga. I'm also from Zambia. Minyazabu Chisenga, Yatoje is Zambi. Our mission is to serve students with unique life goals, financial well-being in post-graduation life, and our vision is to be the leading company serving university students during and post-university period.
Lastly but not the least, let me just make mention that we are open to partnering with various university presidents, various embassies. We have cards that we would like to give out. We can tell you more about the Tribe Club and what we're all about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I was going to say that we have a lot of city presidents here, and we're going to be going for like a 30 minutes, no, 20 minutes. We're going to eat and just discuss and everything. So don't just like go and eat, right? Also like interact with people. You are presidents from other countries. Get to know how they are doing it. Get to speak to these people. If you have questions, you can come to our delegates and ask them the questions. So finally, we're going to just have one more person and then we'll go to eat and I will explain how the food order works.
Hi everyone. While we're waiting for the presentation, my name is Owolabi Oluwaseun and I'm here on behalf of my foundation, Veronica Uka's foundation. So, yes, that's us. We are an NGO currently based in Nigeria. We just started and we are focused on fundraising for quality education for underprivileged kids, kids from very poor backgrounds who can't afford the basic education, and our goal or our aim is to give them not just formal education as well as vocational skills. This is because lots of kids are already out of school. They don't want to go back to school because the money they are earning on the streets, it's more than enough, so they're used to that. So in case we are going to be sponsoring them for formal education and then vocational training as well, because if they do not want to further their education, they can fall back on the vocational training. So for our slogan is every child's journey is our shared vision. And we aim to build a community where every child, regardless of their circumstance or background, they have the opportunity and the access to quality education and vocational training. And our upcoming event, we are looking for volunteers from places in Nigeria such as Abuja, Ebonyi, and so on and so forth. And the children here, it is for the May outreach from May 25th to May 28th, where we're going to have things such as quizzes, we're going to give them sanitary products, we're going to give them stationaries, and so on and so forth. So that's all about our foundation, and if you have any more questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have extremely beautiful minds here in our midst, so we need to eat, right? So I'm going to be inviting Izine. She's the head chef for Royal Dainty, and she's going to be explaining to us how we're going to go through the coffee break. Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Izini. Like she said, I'm in charge of catering for this event, and I'm thankful for this opportunity. So for today, we're just going to be having snacks since it's a coffee break. We have puff puff, 3 different varieties. So whichever one you bite into, there is coconut flavor, there is strawberry flavor, and there is cinnamon sugar flavor. For the sandwich, there is egg sandwich and ham and cheese. There is also zobo, and there is peppered gizzard. And then we have tea, called iced tea, butterfly pea tea. There's butterfly pea tea with milk, and there's butterfly pea tea with lemon. The one with lemon is the purple color. The one with milk is the sky blue color. So I hope you all enjoy your coffee break and get to network. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 15 minutes for this break, so let's stand up. Don't be shy. There are a lot of explanations, but I hope we got it. City presidents, please, you can move.
And it's not their fault. And well, that brings me to tell you
my guys in PR, protocol and admin, could you please come forward?
Place full of people with lots of abilities.
Admin, PR and protocol volunteers, please.
Sincerely, there are so many things which are not on point yet.
Sierra Leone, the country, we have come a long way. We used to be the anthems of West Africa. The old Fairway College used to be the single most influential university in the sub-Sahara and even in Africa as a whole. But fast forward to after independence, we had a lot of problems as a country, some of which was the 11 years civil war. So we see a lot of vibrant young youth, educated youth, fleeing as refugees to different African countries, and also there was a lot of destruction in properties and lives, and the livelihood of our country was in turmoil.
The word of the nation is its people, and health is wealth. Nigeria gained her independence on the 1st of October 1960, and ever since then we have seen like certain improvements. We've seen like the government investing in building hospitals and building healthcare centers, in training medical professionals. But even with this, the Nigerian healthcare system actually did face like certain challenges, like inadequate funding, or even lack of skilled professionals, and with a major element of corruption. So we saw Nigeria like bringing in certain initiatives, but then there was lack of accountability, lack of transparency, and one of them was the basic health care scheme.
Zambia got its independence in 1964 from Britain, and since then there has been significant changes in the education system, both infrastructure-wise and quality-wise. Back then, Zambia's education was hugely centered to meet the demands of our colonial masters, the British. So most of the people that were trained at that time were trained to be clerics, farm engineers, and all other activities that benefited our colonial masters.
And recovering from that has been difficult, and because it has created a space in which we destabilize our human capital development. Just like any other nation, any other country, we are working our best to reach up the ladder. We are one of the most peaceful countries in the world, recognized globally. We are part of the United Nations Security Council, elected this year to serve for 2 years. In leadership, our leadership in the highest level, that's in the ministerial level and the cabinet, we have a lot of young youth. Minister of Education also is a lady, which has been one of the agenda the government is taking to incorporate ladies, women into leadership.
Infrastructure-wise, well, it's not been good at all. I remember 5 years ago, there were lots of roads that had problems and issues, and people cried out that they wanted fixed. There were lots of people having problems with unemployment, and everyone called out to the government and hoping that someday things were gonna change. But 5 years down the line, and I got to realize that not a lot had changed. Well, it's a pity, but some things even got worse. Right along where I live, there were some roads which were better before, and now they are worse. There were people who had hope of employment after their high school, medical students who were directly integrated into the government after high school, and now there is no more of such integrations because the spaces are limited.
So generally in Nigeria, healthcare is financed from tax revenues, from social health insurance scheme, from private health insurance scheme, from donor fundings, or even out-of-pocket payments. And that's actually when individuals have to pay themselves. And after a while, the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, it proposed that government should let its citizens actually pay out of their pocket. And this was due to microeconomics. But this actually didn't prove or turn out very well for Nigeria, because this meant that people from lower income households in Nigeria couldn't afford quality healthcare services. So in 2000, Nigeria had to scrape that off, though not completely. Nigeria had to adjust this policy by scraping it off partially and making treatment of certain diseases for pregnant women and for children under 5 years old free. These hospitals could not run certain costs, and then our patients had to buy certain things for themselves, like they had to buy things like gloves or syringes, and these were things that could have been covered by the National Health Insurance Scheme.
So at the moment, we have made positive strides, but there's also the negative aspects to it. Let me begin by mentioning a few positive strides that have been made. Previously, there weren't a lot of infrastructure development where education is concerned. But right now, we have seen an increase in the number of educational structures. And apart from that, we have seen more schools that have upgraded from being primary schools to combined schools. We have seen the introduction of practical subjects such as computer studies. This will not only equip us to know the fundamental theory of it, but to also know the practical aspect of everything we're learning. It doesn't end there. The other positive strides that have been made is joining the rest of the world in empowering a girl child. You find that in Zambian schools, girl child are being empowered by lowering the cutoff point as compared to that of a boy child.
Sometimes it's a bit difficult to do a comparative analysis on the Nigerian healthcare system before and now. Like for example, the Nigerian healthcare insurance scheme that was initiated is still unable to cover for a majority of the population of Nigeria. It's still unable to cover for people who do not work professionally, and this will actually make up a bulk of the country's population. Now currently we're actually experiencing brain drain because we have most specialists and most medical doctors who they've been trained in Nigeria, they studied there for 6 years, they've done their internships and everything. We see them actually immigrating to other countries, and sometimes you actually can't really blame them because the Nigerian healthcare system, the working conditions are not actually very favorable for these professionals to actually thrive, and because of that, they actually get frustrated. Sometimes their salaries are also even withheld, and if this actually keeps on going, I find it difficult to actually imagine how Nigeria's healthcare system is actually going to reach its sustainable goals or development.
One thing I've realized is the difficulty in terms of financial transactions. Well, it's pretty interesting that I didn't know it was a problem till I got to live elsewhere. I got to live in a country where you could send money from one person to another without paying a dime. And in comparing it to my country, you have to pay something to send money, no matter how small it is. Well, it's a business. I'm not saying it's bad, but that's a challenge we have. You can't move money without paying for it. Imagine you wanting to move maybe $2,000. My currency is France CFA. You've got to pay a percentage of that sum just to transfer that money from one person to another. But it's not the same elsewhere.
In other countries, the teacher to pupil ratio stands at an average of 1 to 2. In Zambia, the teacher to pupil ratio is 1 to 49. So it's really hard for teachers to monitor the progress of each and every student.
What could my country look like in 5 years? I can only do assumption based on the intentional steps the government and people in high authority places are taking. If our mineral resources are utilized in the appropriate manner, if we have a favorable exporting terms with different partners, we can create jobs, opportunity for Sierra Leoneans. We can foster intercontinental corporations. We can have food security. We can have employment for a lot of youth and a lot of hardworking Sierra Leoneans. But it all depends on the steps we take. Our healthcare will improve if we can utilize our resources. But it has to start with all of us, abroad and in our country, from person to person, discussing these terms and creating relevant solutions. This is what FMYDE is all about, to train you, young leaders, Africans, into Pan-Africanism.
So I believe that that's a predominant problem which can be fixed. We can work on our finance systems. We can bring up systems of money transfer and which will be able to be done without being so expensive and without costing so much.
I would like our education to be more practical based than theory based. And one thing like I earlier mentioned that I would like to see is the reduction of our teacher to pupil ratio. I believe for a student to fully develop, there needs to be understood by a teacher, and the only way a teacher can understand the mammoth or students and the number of students they are teaching is if the students are few.
Okay, making predictions about what our healthcare system would look like, I think it's okay, it's not very definite because I would say it involves a lot of variables. I hope to see, like in Nigeria, where the medical records of patients could be assessed by any doctor, by any medical professional. Like, for example, I'm a resident doctor in Russia, and I can actually assess medical records of a patient even from like 5 years back. And I think it actually helps with building treatment plans for these patients because you already know their history, and knowing their history, you already know what to do and what not to do. And also when it actually comes to the brain drain that Nigeria is actually currently experiencing right now, with medical professionals immigrating to other countries, it would be very wise if the Nigerian government can really pay attention to making the working conditions of Nigerian medical doctors and healthcare professionals favorable for them.
I would like to see the free education continue in primary and secondary. Additionally, I would like the government to allocate more of their funds to empowering and sponsoring more students across Zambian universities, not only the selected few that we have. Also, the curriculum of Zambia should be reformed. If we are to develop as a country, I believe we need to push our agenda, we need to promote our country. And that is in history, we need to promote our country. In science, we need to promote our country. In art, we need to promote our country in every aspect of development.
We need to create awareness in our youth. The youth have to become more aware of what the situation is actually and what they can do right now to make it better. Some of those things will be to get more knowledge about different fields, to become more professional in diverse spheres of IT, of business, to build up the capacity that is needed to create a change. Well, what comes to your mind when you hear Cameroon? I was really surprised and shocked that some of the people did not know what Cameroon was. And it's not their fault. And well, that brings me to tell you about
So we have 5 minutes left to finish eating and connecting. If you need more time, just collect their phone number. And if you need to eat, be fast. Well, 5 more minutes. Thank you. So guys, thank you very much. I can see that the city presidents are forming a kind of relationship with themselves. But now we must stop. All right. Thank you, thank you. So guys, we are going to be moving to the next and the final segment. We are going to be having a roundtable discussion. So can you guys pay attention for a bit? So agriculture, if you register for agriculture or you want to learn more about agriculture and development and interaction with Africa, you can come to this table. If you want to learn about medicine, medicine is the center table. Economics and finance, this table. Economics and finance, this table. The table to my right. Technology and innovation, that table. The table to my 45 degree. Gender equality and empowerment. The table to my that degree. Let's stop eating. Stop in the name. Let's stop eating. Agriculture. Gender equality, gender equality. Gender equality and empowerment. Tech innovation. There. Where are you going to? Economics and finance. Yeah. Technology and innovation, that place. Gender equality. Where are you? Gender equality. That table where the girl wearing pink is purple, blue, green, brown. No. I will look at the suit. So let's move. Medicine, center table. So it seems to me that finance, people want to make money. So maybe we could move this extra table here so the circle is round, bigger. So I need boys, men, sorry. I'm sorry, I'm getting used to my new age. So let's make it bigger. Thank you. So we can make it bigger so you guys have a more broad conversation. Agriculture there. So you innovation, right? So can I ask? Can I ask what's your name? Wilfred. Ah, I see your name. Yeah, sit down. Sorry. You are for technology and innovations too. Yeah, what's your name? Sorry. Benjamin. Like, I want to know you, like, so, when knowing someone's name is personal, it gives a personal vibe. So, sorry, if you're outside, please come inside. Please, we are starting. This thing fast, time has gone. Medicine, please have your seat. Please, if you're outside, come inside and let us have a conversation. If you are shaking hands, you're wearing white and brown, shaking hands with someone wearing a suit, please come inside. Thank you. So you're for gender equality, right? Gender equality is there. Farida. Yeah. So you'll be having Mr. Alexei on your gender equality. Farida, you should have. Medicines. You guys cannot use one table there. Everybody outside, inside. So you guys, please, one person is going to come and give a presentation based on what you guys have discussed. Do you get what? Because we're talking about problems and its feasibility, right? So you guys are addressing the issue, for example, cryptocurrency, right, in economics and finance. So you guys are addressing and coming to pitch your idea in 2-3 minutes, right? You guys should choose a speaker, or we just call them like a diplomat that will come and speak from your angle. So everybody, right? Thank you. So everybody should know that. Huh? Technology and innovation, right? Fin- You can take everybody on the table too. So we have 15 minutes.
Hello. we can we can see the conversations are going on quite well, but unfortunately, due to time, we are finishing now. Hello.
Hi. Hello, guys.
Unfortunately, due to time, we should be finishing. So we
So,
okay.
so let's round up now.
Okay, so let's the panel discussions should be concluding. We would have loved for you to continue, but
Unfortunately, we can't.
we should get into the next part of the program.
So, if you want, you can stay on seat. But if you do not want, you can go back to your previous seat. We are going to be having one idea pitch from somebody we've been seeing around, Mr. Peter. Just going to speak to us about his brand for like 2 minutes. Then after, we're going to have something special, the launch. All right, then. Let's stop right now, please. Mr. Peter, can you come forward? Do you have any presentation? So can you please project Mr. Peter's presentation, please? So guys, we are stopping now. So Mr. Peter, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. With all protocol, I want to respect every different invitee, and also I believe every one of us here have been blessed, and I just want us that if we could please clap for the organizing committee, to thank them for this great opportunity. Thank you very much for this great opportunity. So I'm left with 1 minute. I'm a photographer, and basically I do everything photography and also videography. If you have, maybe you need interviews for your YouTube channel or for your business, I do everything imagery. As my brother from GM Graphics said, I mean, if you need to brand your enterprise or yourself with imagery, you can contact me. I do. But for now, I want to talk more about graduation. Graduation is close. Please, can you go into the Rasdel graduation? So I know graduation is close, so please, if you need a photographer please, you can just click on it, click graduation. Graduation. No, 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 no. Portfolio, graduation, yeah. Yeah, just click. Yeah, so if you click, just go down, please. There are a lot of pictures of graduation there. If you need a photographer for your graduation, please, you feel free to contact me. I also do corporate shoot, and I believe that the way you present yourself is the way people will address you. So if you need professional pictures to present yourself professionally, that people will address you and consider you professionally, you can come to me. I will do professional shoots for you. I also do weddings. Please go on weddings, and also studio session. Anything professional and studio and go to weddings, please. Weddings, yeah. Yeah, I also do weddings, photography, professional weddings. There are a lot of weddings. You can go to embassy events, please. Embassy events. Yeah, I also work with a couple of embassy. Go down, please. Go down. Please, you can scroll down, the same page, yeah. So I've worked with the Burundi and Cameroonian and Rwandan embassy and other embassies I've made. Because of confidentiality, I could not post them on my website. And lastly, product photography, please. If you need to brand your product properly, not with phone or iPhone or whatever, please. Product, the last one, yeah. So you can always come to me. I will brand your product properly, and you can see GN graphics data for proper presentation. So yeah, thank you very much. The QR code, please. You can the QR code. So I'm done. I respect my time. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. So he does display his QR code, or you can just meet him and collect his number after the event, or just scan the QR code, and then yeah. So I'm going to be inviting the representative from renewable energy, right? So the presentation for renewable energy, has it been sent? So can you just please come and give your presentation in just 2 minutes? Please, we can go back to our seats, or we can sit here. Or are you like displaced? Okay. We have literally just like 10 minutes left. So please let's come in and listen. Medicine, you're not supposed to be talking at this moment. It's wrong. Thank you. Please pay attention. Economics. Thank you. You can start.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Okay, great. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, everyone. So I'm Babakar. I'm from Senegal. To say as I take place among you today, I'm coming with honor and great pleasure to present about the renewable energy. So, because I see that like we can unlock Africa by using the renewable energy. But here in my friends, we say some ideas. But especially I'm gonna do like the presentation. So I said Africa is the second largest continent. So it's very rich in natural resources, diverse cultures, and immense potential for growth. However, it faces numerous challenges, so including poverty, inequality, and environmental degradations. So one of the key solutions to these challenges lies in the development and utilization of renewable energy sources. Because renewable energy can play a pivotal role in unlock African potential and paving the way for sustainable development. Slide, please. Then we're going to show you how it can help us to unlock Africa by the economic growth and job creations. So the renewable energy sector has the potential to create millions of jobs across Africa. According to the International Renewable Energy Agency, the renewable energy sector could employ 2.5 million people in Africa by 2030. And this job can help reduce poverty and improve the living standard of millions of Africans. Okay. The energy access and rural development. Approximately 600 million people in Africa lack access to electricity, with the majority living in rural areas. Renewable energy sources such as solar, wind, and hydropower can be harnessed in remote locations, providing electricity to households, schools, and hospitals. And this access to energy can help improve education, healthcare, and agriculture productivities, so leading to overall rural development. And the environmental sustainability. So Africa is highly vulnerable to the impact of climate change, including drought, floods, and diversification. Then by embracing renewable energy, the continent can reduce its dependence on fossil fuel and decrease greenhouse gas emissions. So this transition to clean energy sources can help mitigate the effect of climate change and protect Africa. We have also the regional integration and cooperation. So the development of renewable energy infrastructure can facilitate regional integration by connecting power grids across countries. This cooperation can help optimize the use of resources, share the benefits of renewable energy, and promote peace and stability in the region. So, in short, I would like to say the renewable energy have a crucial role to play in unlocking Africa's potential and guiding the continent towards a sustainable path of development. By investing in renewable energy sources, Africa can address its energy challenge, promote economic growth, create jobs, and protect the environment. So it's essential for Africa government, international organizations, and the private sector to collaborate and support the development of renewable energy products across the continent. So at the end, I would like to say I'm very glad to be in front, before you, and to say my point. So, and to say like, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing our attention to the focus of renewable energy in Nigeria, in Africa. Apologies, I'm Nigerian, so that's what just comes to my brain first. So yeah, because I won't talk about it because there's no time. So I'm going to be inviting Mr. Gift. You're going to be having the website launch. So FMYDE is advancing, right? We are moving a step forward, and we are going beyond just having these meetings to something even more deeper. And then I think I'm talking too much. Mr. Gift, can you just say more? Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. No, thank you so much. I can see the spirits are almost dimming down. It's as though people don't want for this conference to end. Is that so?
African.
Okay, we'll be getting into the segment where we'll be launching our website. During that same time, we'll also be presenting certificates to our wonderful volunteers. I'm sure you've seen them work around. Also, we'll be getting to wrap up this particular conference. Like I was earlier introduced, my name is Gift Kangele, and I am the Human Resource Manager for FMYDE. So, I think it should get beyond us convening in such a manner. So we'll be looking to create a platform where each one of you should be a part of, so that we keep contact with you and we keep engaging, because issues that are affecting us as Africa are quite dynamic, and we need to keep in contact so that we know at what pace we are moving. So we'll be launching our website, and we'll ask you to just check it, and just emphasis, we are going to have an academy on that particular website. the media team, please. Oh, okay, thank you. Look how wonderful it looks. Look how wonderful it looks. So on this particular website, you'll be able to find also the academy, and we'll ask that you get to go through the academy, check it, and find something that suits you. So if you can see, we have the agriculture and rural development, we have the economic development, we have the science and innovation, we have also examining the African health system, challenges, and so on and so forth. So like we've said, we are advancing, so this will not just be it. We are looking to even expanding and having more academies on board, so that you can be a part of what we have on offer. So in this particular academies, we are going to have modules. Those that enroll in our academies will go through training, you'll go through engagements. We'll also ensure that we look for activities, we look for conferences where you can get to engage with key stakeholders, so that it does not just end at having discussions and so on, but we can go on to implementing these discussions that we have, bringing on board people that need to be addressed, and ensuring that we as Africans, especially the youths, we position ourselves as key catalysts in transforming Africa, as also we strive to achieve the Agenda 2063. So the Agenda 2063 is the key framework under which we work with, and through these academies, we believe we'll be able to achieve that particular goal.
Yes, thank you.
So the website is simply fmyde.com. If you
You
go
guys
to your
can
phone,
go to your phone right now and just check it out.
if you go to your
It's
phone
live.
and type in FMYD, you'll be able to find us. FMYDE. You'll be able to see us. The website, I believe, is so wonderful and it's so easy to navigate. So
Thank
you can
you.
just check us through.
So finally, we're going to be rounding up basically, because we have like a minute left before we have to leave this place. We want to appreciate our volunteers, those who helped us in planning the event for today. So I want to invite Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa is the founder of FMYDE. Please come outside. And I'm going to...
And our delegate.
Yes, so I'm also going to be inviting the Angolan delegates to come outside. Yes. So I'm going to be calling the names of this. Let me start with my favorite volunteers, the one I worked with personally.
If you were treated well by the volunteers, can we please clap for them?
So I'm going to be starting with Kalum. Okay, the problem is that I'm from Nigeria, right? And I see a lot of southern names here that I have no idea how to pronounce. So forgive me. Kalum na Firi or Peri. Where is here? Piri. It was literally here, like here. Okay. Beatrice Wapalawa. Okay, sorry. Imbele Kapesa. Komba Lasana. Fidis. Okay, Komba Lasana. Okay. Let's clap for Komba Lasana's representative. Here, so. Let's clap for Fidis Devika. Okay. Fidis Devika, in charge of the welfare. Okay. Muyunda Mobita. Mike. Apologies. Yeah, Mike is there.
Okay, so if you notice, some volunteers are with us, but some are unable to join us. Hopefully,
Yeah.
we'll have them.
Bright Kantongo. I know he's here because I worked with him. Now, so there are also some ones that I didn't see them today, but I'll just call them in case they're here. Daniel Bartolomeo, Mbele Kapesa, Beatrice Wapalawa, Kalumna Piri. He is here. I just don't know why he's not here. Imba Ogechi, Tolulope Olagunju. Onwafo Kenechukwu.
Are you here?
Yes.
Are you here, please? We
Give
need
them
to see
together.
you.
Give them together. They deserve
Okay.
to be one.
Oh, thank you so much.
Because they did a half job. Kole Hassan. Bawo.
Oh. Let's pause for a picture.
Tolu, picture. Bawo Swalilo. For Kole. Kole Hassan. Yeah, Aja Amina. Melissa Gabriela, our welfare lady. James Marcella.
Very hardworking people.
Yeah.
We really appreciate it.
James Marcella, Precious Chomba. Zingalume Nsefo. I don't think this person is here. Blessing is not here. Urison Muyayaya. Thank you guys so much. My round of applause for the volunteers. And thank you very much. Yes. So I think we have come to the end, and I think we're just going to hear closing remarks from Mona Lisa. Come and just close us. Yeah, thank you.
Closing remarks. Good afternoon once again. For the closing remarks, I would like to say thank you all for coming, and thank you all for participating, for each and every person who contributed, who was on the panel, my student presidents. Thank you so much for your support and for helping us to get most of the African students here as well. I would like to say, we have, if you noticed, there are books at the end of the table. So I read that book. It's called How to Become an Effective Youth. And I read that book, and it was quite transforming for me. And I really thought that any youth who is also very diligent and who wants to see some changes in Africa should definitely read that book and also get a few ideologies of our writer. So the writer is not here. The writer, he's a Zambian author. He currently is in Zambia, but we had those books shipped, is the right word, yeah? Shipped to Russia because of the content of the book. So we're gonna we don't give books for free, because any book that's given for free, people don't read. So for 600 rubles, you can get your book and you can read. That's all that I wanted to say. So thank you all for coming, and anticipate for FMYDE 4.0. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Those were the closing remarks from our founder. Oh, okay. So we want to appreciate certain people. So like you've seen, we've had a number of people quite on board, you know, to just keep this particular conference functional. So we want to appreciate a number of people. And the media team, please, if you could stand up. You've done an amazing job. You've really done an amazing job. Just so you know, this particular conference was also live, so we had people joining us via YouTube. So all thanks to our media team over there. Thank you so much. We really, really appreciate you. Okay, so at the end, we are going to get photos, do photos. So just ensure that you are photographed by our wonderful photographer over there. So would also appreciate maybe when you upload them, you just use the hashtag FMYDE, so that we'll be able to find you and we'll look at how beautiful, how handsome you are looking in those particular in those particular photos. So thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you yet again to our next conference. I think at this moment we have come to a close. So thank you so much, everyone. Okay, so